I drove few cuts through my neighborhood. You got to
Hi everybody, welcome to another episode of Fearlessly Authentic. Jason was just here, but
he'll
somehow
probably be back.
He moved off. So let me see who's with us tonight. Oh, there he is.
There we go.
There
Yeah, Disney just attacked us.
Yeah, that seems logical.
It is. It's completely logical, and it's formulated thought. Well, let me check something real quick. For some reason, the other TV turned on.
Okay. How is everybody?
They're obviously signaling him from the mouse headquarters.
Yeah.
Hope everybody's good today. Yo, DJ Elf and the Hizzy, Popeye the Sailor Man. Hope everybody's having a good Sunday, whatever the hell day it is. John Kemper.
Sunday.
It's Sunday.
It is Sunday.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I just got the Rumble alert. So we're live on Rumble.
Rumble. Hey, Rumble. What's up? I'm here. What's going on? I'm ready, I'm the savior.
I'm over here. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have Jason Holy Ghost Rodriguez in the house with us this evening to talk about some stuff, some Disney stuff, give you the Florida subterranean perspective.
I know.
Something.
There's some crazy stuff that happens at Disney.
Little.
There is some crazy stuff that happens there.
It is.
Yeah, well, I told you kind of what the layout of what we could talk about. Do you want to?
I'll let you guide it. I don't want to talk about anything that you don't feel comfortable with. So whatever you feel comfortable talking about on here, that's what you go ahead and talk about. I'm going to show everybody I have an article that I found and I want to show just because it has some pictures and stuff. So what we're talking about, why are we talking about Disney? There is some weird stuff that happened to Disney. So this is Orlando Insider Vacations, and they show what
that's one of the that's how it kind of looks, but a little even bigger sometimes. That's how the underground tunnels look.
Yeah, did you guys know that they had underground tunnels at Disney?
Well,
Where's that picture taken at?
Where is that from?
This is from Orlando Vacations, Insider Vacations. So they actually they allow people to go down there now, but you have to be a certain age to be able to go into these utilidors is what they call them, I guess, right? But you have to be over a certain age to be able to go down there and take a tour now. They let you.
Yeah, they have the similar tunnels in Los Angeles that were connected to or just outside Los Angeles, Anaheim, I guess, and it went all the way to Tijuana. There was a system of tunnels that they were definitely running drugs and human trafficking and all of that. That was busted a few years back, but that was crazy. And I wonder, does the ones do the ones in Orlando connect to Cuba or Jamaica or something? That would be sweet.
Maybe it's some parallel, physics or something like that altered connected to each other, like the Cube movie. You ever seen Cube?
Yep.
Yeah.
It goes infinitely in different circles and different corridors. I think that's how you explain the Bermuda Triangle, obviously, because it's very close to there. It's probably all working together in tandem. Some sort of weird Disney Satanist network of subterranean tunnels and
Okay.
Distorted time space continuum. No?
It sounds about right. Sounds logical. It sounds well thought out. Yeah.
It was just a haphazard guess, but that's where my head went.
So yeah, I mean, like most people know that, like the way that it was designed, from what I researched, it was designed so that like that people wouldn't see the characters going through the park, and like it kind of like removes the illusion of you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like so you don't see like someone walking through one part of the park that doesn't belong in that part of the park. Like so the characters and stuff like that, they keep them all hidden, and the whole trash system goes through there. It's like the brains of the entire theme park, and it's actually on the ground level. Is what I found out, is that it's actually not dug underground, because in Florida you can't dig down like that.
Right.
So
Table, man.
I thought about that too, but we still call it underground.
Yeah, well, I mean, because what they did was when they took out part, when they were building Disney World, they took out a huge portion, which was like the lake there.
Mm-hmm.
And so they took that out and they filled in over after they built this up a little bit. They built up the regular ground level, and then they built on top of that. So like when you're at actually Disney World, you're on like the second story, which is so weird, because the first story is just like the basement is.
That makes so much sense, actually, having lived in Ocala and know that area between Ocala and Orlando where Disney bought all that property. That my grandparents are going to buy property down there where the villages are, which is kind of halfway between. And it's just wet as fuck. Swampy.
Yeah, they
watery.
said that, and that's what they said that they did, is that they took, because they had to dig out this whole huge area to make the lake. So then they built it up, and then they, so like basically when you're at Disney World, you're actually 12 feet above the ground, because you're actually it's such a weird concept. It's such a weird thing to think of that. I'm like, yeah, how would they build underneath? But it's not really under.
Yeah.
It's an illusion.
Yeah.
Tricky.
My grandfather worked, what was it, grunt, for the mob and stuff like that. He's dead now. I'm not snitching anything out. He's long and gone. But he was a bad dude. He was my grandfather, but he did everything you've seen in those movies and a little worse. And and that was his job, because he couldn't be made. He wasn't an Italian. But he was involved in the mafia. Was involved. He was under Tropicana. In fact, talking about that might have a little. But Tropicana, I believe, is dead now, and so. But the family still controls a lot of Florida. So that, and they're the ones that built Disney, and they did it with all types of money, not just direct money from them. There was all types of things going down.
Oh,
but yeah, they tried to kill my grandfather. They set him up. They had 5 shooters set him up, and he killed them. And he quit then. He never did. I was able to get away from it and lived his life and died. But he was not a good guy. But he's my grandfather. He's a real bad person, but he's my grandfather.
Yeah, that's got to be weird. You know what I mean? To kind of like have both sides of that. Like, to me, he was my grandfather, but to other people, he wasn't a good guy.
As I always say, it's always about perspective.
Right. But yeah, Disney. When I went there, it was exactly like a show. I never seen that it was out. I didn't even look into it. I just had my experiences, and when you talked about it, I was like, oh yeah, I remember those. But as soon as I saw that, I was like, it's just like that, because that's why it was. And I was taken down there by myself several times by a woman in a suit, whatever, gray suit and shit. But she got dirty blonde hair. I could tell you some of the, But I was taken down. So one time I was taken to a room that has it's like, they say it's actually his room, like Disney's little secret, or not Disney, Walt's little secret room, and they told me took me in there, and they opened up this little thing like a like a movie where they have a little, I forgot what it's called, but it stopped you from going in, and they moved it, and I went inside by myself, and they said that I could touch anything I want in there. So I just sat at his desk, and I grabbed this little pen, this ink pen. I had seen it in cartoons, cool. But
Right.
it was like they were studying me. I felt like there's some kind of religious shit going down there. Like honestly, I this is my opinion and speculation. Okay, but honestly, I really think that they're into some like weird. I don't know. I don't want to say, but like I really have this feeling like they believe that there's gonna be a reincarnation of some. I don't know. It's crazy because I heard them talking about the reincarnation stuff, and they were like, I don't think I was the only kid that they were doing this. I think they were trying to see if like I heard that when he died, he had left certain things that would say that he could, if he died, that he could show that he was, there's an afterlife. So that's true, and I thought about that and some of the things they said and why they would take the room to grab things, but I didn't obviously grab the right things or whatever. That's what they were looking for. What things I would grab?
Wow.
That's total speculation, people, and I really do feel like that for some reason.
I would agree. That there's definitely weird shit surrounding that company, those people, and right down to the fact that you're saying, the contractors that built that, people are fucking buried in that fucking park. You know what I mean? Like they got rid of people, they laundered crazy money. There's all kinds of accounting of things. I'm not a fucking historian, but I know that there are books written about the weird shady goings on since the 50s and stuff. Like Walt would take money from all kinds of fucking different people, like for his city of the future and stuff, and trying to do this whole thing. And he was a total eugenicist, freaking Nazi card carrying fucking, Aryan fucking dude.
Yeah. He definitely in his life exhibited really strange tendencies. You look back at when he would do doodles before he became successful. He used to do doodles, and kids would always be around. There was a certain thing I read that it was trying to say that he surrounded himself with kids 24/7, and he would show his doodles to kids constantly, and he seemed to be going past standard barriers. The man shouldn't be, too much around kids, honestly. But unless they're your kids, yeah.
Obviously, and that is, definitely suspect as fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Even before we knew that, like, anything that came out about Michael Jackson, there were speculation, like you surround yourself with children 24 hours a day. That's fucking creepy as fuck.
Although I don't think he actually was. I don't think he was. I really don't.
He may have just been like a manic person, and children, right in your fucking day when you get to hang around with kids, they're funny as shit. They're just optimistic and they're clever, and
I love so kids, it's but it's not in a creepy way.
But that's what I mean, though. Like, people can take that just a little bit further, and it becomes creepy. You know what I mean? Other than what I would love to be able to go to a school and interview one of the kids and see what's going on in his day or her day or their day or day, whatever they them do. And we can learn a lot that way. And especially since, we have the ability to, a little influence, maybe, that would be good knowledge. Right. But yeah, I see some of these comments, these damn comments. Little, why did Little put in Florida, huh? And Apple, kids are dumb. I absolutely agree. Absolutely, 100%. These kids are retarded. Applejack wanted to know specifically: is this really Jason Rodriguez or just the person posing as Jason Rodriguez? Because we have no way to vet this. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do.
I am the I am Jason Rodriguez, people. The other guy, the Twitter Jason, is a demon, a Satanist. I know I have inside information. Okay?
All right. You heard it here first, people. Except no substitute.
Yeah, he's a weirdo, okay? You should go.
I have another question. Is Nancy Rodriguez kin to you in some way? Because I noticed there was a Nancy Rodriguez in here waiting for the show to start, and I just wanted to shout them out if that
Nancy,
was your...
I'm using her phone to see the comments.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
So she wanted to put in hello.
Hell yeah. Well, I mean, I think Nancy could speak for herself, but sure.
Yeah, she's just living here right now. She's not connected to me. I'm just using her phone. But she is a Rodriguez though.
All right.
There's a lot of Rodriguez.
There are. To be fair, there are quite a few.
Yeah. And that was kind of like, but see, I gotta help a Rodriguez when I run into one,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's all in a name, isn't it?
So
it is.
So you said you were a kid and you actually have been to these tunnels before. Like you were, how old were you at the time? Like how young were you?
I was in elementary school. I don't know exact age, but it was pretty early in elementary. What happened is that what would be like the age of like when you first enter, when you first get in there to
like kindergarten or first grade?
No, like no, it's like like first grade. That's what it would be, like first grade. So what age would that be?
Like 6 or
5 or 6 usually.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was around like, I feel like more like 7 or stuff like that, but it wasn't double digits, and what happened was that they had some kind of contest for Disney, and Disney had went to the school I was at and asked if the school kids could come up with skits, videotape them, and send them in. And then Disney would look over and they were looking for talent, okay? And they thought I had some. They were wrong. But and that was good for me. So
your mic is like, it sounds like you're getting muffled on it somehow.
All right.
I don't know if you were.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Has something to do with the placement of something.
I don't know. But what did you not hear? Where do you want to start?
Well, I could hear you. You kind of like went, it like mumbled a little bit.
You were talking about your incredible talent and how they recognize it immediately.
Yeah,
of course. And Steve's right, but I don't want to reveal that I'm the greatest in the world that's ever existed in history.
Yeah, that is a lot. You don't want to go that far, do you? I mean,
no, I am. I am the greatest that ever existed in history.
I mean, I believe you. Sure, of course. It's just what you can expect the public to wrap their heads around.
They don't understand, but soon enough they will. JBX is God.
Right on.
So they came there and they're trying to like scout out talent for Disney basically with kids.
That's what I surmise, and that's what I felt happened. But when I did it, I was such a tyrant about everything, so perfect. I wrote this skit called Star Trek, and it was based on Star Trek, and I had them build these ships out of stuff. I just started having everybody do work. I'd bring it in and buy it myself because I used to sell candy, and I did that throughout school. But yeah, and I saw the not the principal, but the asshole teacher who can suck up. Anyway, that guy, right? This fat fuck, this devil. that guy kicked me off because he thought I was such a tyrant, such a perfectionist. What a motherfucker, huh?
Right?
He tried to squash my talent. Well, guess what? Disney read my script and saw the designs of the things and saw what the kids did, and then they came to me. And it was this woman that she walks into my class in a suit, didn't even look at the damn teacher, which is weird. And she just grabbed my hand and took me out of the class, and then took me on this metal prison-looking ass bus.
Whoa.
Yeah, the
What?
bus.
So,
Yeah.
so did you have like permission? Did they get permission from your parents?
I was talking to family today, and I even talked to my mom, and I reminded her that it happened, and she did not. She didn't know any of that. You know,
Right.
she didn't have no idea. She was astonished by it. But I mean, yeah, but I did it for years. It was years and years. You know, doing it was. It's a lot of stuff I could talk about. But you know, it's like, you know, one of those kids get talent. They like. I don't want to. Like Justin, or, you know, one of those guys in the stupid Mickey Mouse shit, whatever the fuck, you know. I was like one of the low rung, talent that they were basically trying to, see what I could do, but I couldn't do nothing. So.
That's wild.
That's
It's just
crazy.
crazy. They could just come into the school and be like, "Hey,
Yeah,
I like this one. This one looks like it fits. You know, it'll fit the part. Can it sing? Can it dance? Yeah. Come on."
That's just nuts, though.
Yeah.
But the bus, it's kind of it would have been scary, but I didn't have no fear. I don't remember any fear. But it was just me on the bus, by the way. This huge bus, prison bus, all gray, and the windows were covered by a metal sheet-like thing, and you can only climb up on the thing to see where you're at. And it had these little, like just like a prison, like you couldn't get through some kind of metal with holes in it so you could see. And I saw that when I was taken with the bus, this whole area was wiped out. Like it looked like desert area. And in the center is this huge kind of blackish box. And it's giant, like really big. But it's almost like you're taken to the Sahara. There's no, it's sand and there's no trees. You can't hardly see anything. You just see the box. Wow. I don't know where the hell this was, but it's a real place. And in that place is where I was taken.
That's crazy. So they come in and get you while you're at school, and the school just lets this person take you. Like it was like nothing. It was like the nurse came to get you or something. You know what I mean? Or your parent. Like that's alarming. You know what I mean? Like how many kids did that happen with? You know what I mean? Over the years, how many? I mean, like that could be countless. I mean, I don't know how many schools. I didn't look into how many schools there are in Florida. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of schools in Florida.
But I mean, it's a large population of people. So you think that
it's way more populated now.
If they're doing that with kids, like
that's pretty fucking nutty and so sketchy. Like the bus, like what the fuck is that, man? Take you to some place where there's no trees and it's just like Florida sand and a box. That's very, very, very creepy and super descriptive. Haven't we turned this into a movie yet? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it is kind of like a movie, really, honestly. But I've done so many things in my life: paranormal research, the crafts of life. I've done so many things in my life, like so I've been to some strange places, But that place, it had, I'd say, at least 30-something kids in there when I went into the facility.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's true.
So they have all these resources, obviously. You know what I mean? Disney's powerful. I mean, look at how large the entire park is. I mean, this guy literally dreamed it up and was like, "Yeah, we're gonna make this a reality." This was after they built the one in Florida after the one they have in California.
Yeah. They ran out of space in California.
Well, yeah, because they only got so much space there in California. So then when they bought this one, and they wanted it to be even bigger. They wanted to have the city too, the mini city there.
Yeah, and they got. I'll tell you one thing here. They got an island, by the way. And I heard that on that island, someone mentioned Epstein.
Yeah.
This is absolute speculation. This is complete speculation. Okay, just I'm trying to cover everybody's ass here. Absolute speculation. But
Yeah.
I heard some of the kids not having a great experience when we went to the island.
It's alarming, like, because I just saw earlier. I was watching these parents that had an interaction with a guy where this gentleman was like, I guess this happened in 2016, and this is their account of what happened at their experience at Disney. And they said they were waiting in the line to go see the princesses, to go see like Elsa or something with their kids, and this guy was like kind of lingering around, and then was trying to like go up and just take pictures of the kids. And they said that with traffickers and stuff like that, what they do, this is really messed up, is that they'll go and take pictures of kids, like, well, they're at Disney or at a park or something like that, and then they're texting those images off to see if if the people want those kids.
Yeah.
What the fuck? They're absolute damn degenerates. And you know what? Honestly, I don't know.
It's scary.
Vigilante rule. You know what I'm saying? A quick trial by mob. A quick trial by mob, and we handle it as men and women. That we tell the women, hey, you guys, listen, go and finish the food, and we're gonna be here, and we're gonna fend these people off, and all you gotta do is make my rice con pollo, and all that stuff for me, and give me some mata, and we're all good.
Don't forget the flan, man.
Yeah, well, the flan, it's always around,
Gotta have flan around, man. You could get flan, anywhere though.
Apple said, "Were you a Disney kid?" That's exactly what I was training to be. Yeah, that is. And as far as Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera, I never met that. I've never met them.
I never had sex with that young woman.
I've never met.
Mouse Edit says, what the heck is going on in here anyway?
Oh, we're talking about Disney, and Jason Rodriguez has had some experiences at Disney and Florida.
Well,
in
disclaimer,
the tunnels.
He says it's Jason Rodriguez, but can we be sure?
Yeah, it's all alleged. We can't.
I'm the real one. Twitter, Jason Rodriguez is the devil. YouTube.
So try to remember that, everybody. Twitter, Jason Rodriguez. Don't trust them.
I'm the voice of God, aka the voice of God. The chat. One of the chatters in the chat room, they chatted out, and it was a really chatty comment, and that was it. He said, "You're the voice of God," and so, aka, I'm the voice of God, and that's just reality. I'm sorry, people, but that's what you got.
Was it a chatty Kathy that named you the voice of God?
Yeah, chatty Kathy chatting away. All this chatter she had, it was just chatting,
Yeah, but who doesn't love some good chatter?
Yeah, you gotta have chatter in the chat to achieve.
Chatter.
So they brought this lady, came to your school, picked you up, they put you on this weird prison bus. And they took you to Disney, and they take you actually to Disney, to the underground tunnels.
Okay, so one of the experiences, because I had a lot of experiences, is they took me to that room with Disney. When I got into the tunnels, maybe it was because I was a kid, they seemed huge. And the voices would carry so heavy that you feel it running through your body. That's how, it is weird.
Now, what was it? This was during the day then, like when the park was open?
This was during the
school hours?
I'd say this was school hours. Yes. All of it is school hours. But
So did you get to see like were there the characters and the people you got to, like all the people were behind the scenes just doing their
yeah,
regular stuff and like you were just a kid there and that was normal? Like they
yeah,
didn't like they weren't like, wait, why is there a kid here?
yeah.
Like because on the tours like there's been a lot of rumors around the Disney tunnels for a long time. And then they were saying like you have to be over like 16 or 12 to like go into these tunnels and stuff like that, like for the tours, that they do, because that's what they do. Like, when something is exposed, right, as possibly being something that's like, oh, what's happening there, they'll open it up so like you publicly get to have a little glimpse of it, right? Because it's like, it's like a false sense of transparency.
All right, I think the chat room is gonna have an aneurysm if you don't wrench.
If I don't what?
Okay, I'll wrench.
Applejack is like, wrench alert!
Oh my God! Okay, I'm coming.
Give the wrench to AKA Heather Joy, right?
Correct.
Okay, we shouted you out. See, we love the chat. Chat is great.
We love our chat. We got Heather.
Did we miss anybody?
Jason is great, man. Thank you for recognizing that, Apple, and it really means something coming from you because you're kind of a great guy too, man. You're a great man. There's not just one, but I am great. Except for I am the greatest person to ever exist. That's different, But there's other people that are great beside me. It's just that at the end, because I'm God, right? My greatness will overcome all great people, and they would work as one hive mind, psychic hive mind that I can control here on the astral through the astral plane and the physical plane, and the crust growing on the top of the heads of the human beings, so they can't get actual anyway. So. But where were we at with Disney? We were talking about the tunnel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think your humbleness comes across like, people understand.
It's genuine.
It's genuine. It's real.
It is. I am very humble.
Fred Edward.
And giving and caring. I really don't have emotions, but I'm gonna say I do because it makes people feel better. I have emotions.
You've practiced them. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. I mimic them, It's just a mimic process I have. It's not psychotic, people. And why isn't the chat accusing me of things?
I don't know. They're not accusing you of anything. They're not. They're being they're intrigued as to what happened in the tunnels under Disney.
Well, I went to that room one time. The other times.
So what was in that room? Like it was just memorabilia and like his private office or something? Disney's actual office?
It was Disney, Walt Disney's. This is what they said to me, that it's Walt Disney's actual little bunker, basically away from everybody that he would go, and they had all of his affects, everything, like the desk that he had. It was a brown, desk, not really like amber kind of, but he had like one of those. This is pretty normal, like the old school desk, basically all the stuff that you'd see on there. And so I went in there, and they told me that I could touch any item in there, and they just let me in there by myself to go in. They just watched me as I grabbed items. And I sat at his desk first because I am the ruler of all reality. So I rightfully took my place, and I replaced Walt Disney, because I'm greater than Walt Disney.
That's crazy.
I feel like you were in that Fantasia movie then, right? I mean.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was in the back. I was the grip.
Because we used to eat a lot of acid and watch that movie for fun. And
we actually have that movie. We have Fantasia.
It is fun to watch that movie.
Stop the drugs. What's going on? It's killing me. Look what it's done to you.
Look what it's done.
Look
Hey,
what's happening.
it made me recognize some things, man.
It turned you into a bunch of hippies.
No, that happened way before then.
Yeah, and supporting degeneracy. That lady you had that was talking about free sex and shit. She wants us to be butt naked walking around and just be like, "Hey, I want to have sex with you. No condom." You know, this is what this lady wants. You know.
Okay.
That's what I call a lady.
So back to Disney.
Right,
So
all
you're
right.
in this office. That's crazy that you even got to go in that office.
Wait, let's take it back to Disney.
What'd you say now? Take it back to Disney.
Disney.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you're in this office and you get to pick whatever you want. Like, are you able to actually take this stuff with you, or are they just letting you like check stuff out?
They just watched me intently. They surrounded the door of the room and just they didn't even enter. And first I went to like it's a mock window he put in there. I guess maybe to soothe him or something. That's what I thought. Like, and so I went to this little window thing. It's a mock. It had like and it wasn't. I could draw it out. I can't tell you. I can't describe it. But and so I went to the mock window. Had two little birds on it, and I just kind of leaned on it. And then I saw his desk, and I knew I needed to take my position. So I got right in his desk, and I sat in his chair, which is a very comfortable chair, totally leather. Yes, yes, that's how you gotta do it. Keep on accusing me of things. VSA dams, right?
Oh,
Is how
yeah,
is how
V.S. Adams. That's Vicky.
yeah. She's Vicky with the B. Vicky B.
He wants you to shame him, guys.
Yeah, keep on. You got look. I think the best one so far is that I might be connected to the Animal Network and all of this stuff. I like that. I think that one's good. I think people should work on that.
Steve Cutler.
Yeah, I feel like it could be. It kind of convinced me. I was like, this could be true.
Well, they say if you say it enough times, it becomes true.
Oh my God, I said it more than 3.
Damn.
Yeah.
Now Beetlejuice is going to show up, and I'm going to be.
Walt Disney's gonna come alive.
Walt Disney's going to come back from the dead, and the Operation Blue Light will be in full effect. You'll see Mickey Mouse in the sky, and the second coming of Donald Duck, and all of it.
I've never been to Disney World or Disneyland. I've never been to either one.
Yeah, that's I think people should. I mean, maybe not now. I don't know, but Disney. My experience with Disney, right, was a tremendous life-changing experience. It gave me access to places that I never should have been because I was an absolutely poor person. Did not, one step in the streets, and I did live in the streets. But so, and so it had a weird dichotomy, and it even happened in politics too. I ended up just hanging out with senators and congressmen, drinking alcohol. And I don't want to say everything, but it was cool. And you know what I'm saying? I did all these things that I should never have done. Yeah, I think the reason might be is that every door I saw someone walk into, I opened.
Wow.
I
Like
always,
in the underground Disney, you just open doors.
yeah, no, I would do it, but most of them are locked. But I opened one. It was just a janitor's little thing. But they have these big rooms. I'll tell you something that might be really interesting too. Down in the tunnel, you get into an area where the tunnel changes from the gray to a black. I mean, maybe back then. I don't know if it is now again, but it might have changed or something. I don't know. But
I think they've repainted them, is what they've said. That they've they've modernized the tunnels now.
they were color
They
coded.
probably look a little bit different than what when you were a child. But
Yeah, they were color coded for the level of stardom. I hate to talk about it this way because it sounds like I'm bragging, but everything there was like levels of stardom. Like Britney Spears would have been would have been orange. She would have went down the orange tunnel, and then and when you go down those tunnels, each one has like these big rooms, bigger than it's huge, like a home. And just hangs out with everybody. I mean, you do. There was probably people I met that I did not know that they were stars because I wasn't into that stuff. So, but I was
you were
around.
a kid, so
Yeah.
you don't, you know.
I don't care. What the hell? Who am I? I'm the greatest. That's what I was thinking. So, but yeah, and we would go to the rooms, and they would be the characters. I really had a great relationships with many of the character actors. They were real actors actually, and they sucked, and so they didn't understand that, and I loved them, but the reality is why that went down. But some of them are great if you lower the statue of what greatness is. But nonetheless, they're really just great people they're actors trying to get jobs, and they go to these character things because they have to work several different jobs because of the time that they have to go to some set, some place where they're just doing like regular scenes that need people in the background. So, and I did that too. I didn't get into the movie. It looks like I couldn't find it. But Punisher that was done down here with John Travolta. I this is crazy. I found out about it before, and I found out that they were gonna go to a certain restaurant to do a certain scene, right? And it was going to be John Travolta and this other guy in this place. And you know what I did? I went over there, okay? I went over there, and I told him, I want to be a chef. And the guy said, will you work for $4 an hour? And I said, of course I will, because I need to learn this. And I'm going to be the greatest chef that ever existed. And so he gave me the job. So I went and served, and another person served, and there was a lot of people doing a lot of different things. But I don't know if they cut me out or cut me in. I looked, I didn't see it, and I ain't getting no residuals, so that tells me a lot.
Wow.
Don't even confuse me with human laugh out loud. Just saying, what is that? Drinking, Ozzy. Hey, you know what? You know what though? I don't want to tell the truth about this. Australia doesn't exist. It is all taped and videoed and streamed. Everything from Australia is streamed from within the city of London. And the London PSYOP. Okay, PSYOP.
Crikey.
There's a lot of that happening.
Crikey, have a look at this one, eh?
Yeah.
And they don't cook shrimp on the Barbie.
Yeah, and then drinking beer is a sin. You shouldn't drink beer. You're drinking beer, bro. I mean, how old are you? You're gonna still drink beer, man?
Well, sometimes when I buy it.
Don't be drinking, dude. It destroys your life.
Yeah, but it tastes really good.
Economic.
Oh, Mastermind said I accused Jason of being high as fuck.
That's ridiculous. You show me the proof. Show me the proof. I want the proof. There is no proof
we
at
need
all.
some source documentation, please.
That is an evil statement by a mastermind. Here's another one, dude. What the fuck, dude? Mickey's Tunnel of Terror? Absolutely, bro. It was actually very nice, but scary as fuck. I was sitting down there by a man, and first it was a woman, but the second time it was a man, tall dude, and he was very imposing. And I was by myself, alone in this hall, and his voice echoed so much. I was really scared. And then when we got the room, everything's bright, and all the kids, the actors, I was involved in a lot of Nickelodeon stuff too. I was always at the sets when they were doing the show. Because they built the sets where there's an area where you can walk behind them. And so I was able to walk behind them, That was really cool. And then it'd be a live show, or not live, but taping show right behind it. You know,
That's crazy. You got to be like all behind the scenes and stuff, like because they don't let kids like go back there.
Yeah, I was able to do these things, and I can't tell you why, but I just did it. You know, so. But I don't think it was me that got in there. I do somebody who got me in there. I don't think it was that I do, because someone had to allow that.
But your mom didn't know that
Nothing.
you were being taken to Disney.
You want to hear something funny? Is that we went to Disney World as much as we could, not having a lot of money. But on my birthday, we would save a lot and like go without. And so that would be the big thing, that we would all go to Disney. And so we went there, and when she was there, all the characters surrounded me and walked with me, and we would just talk. And they told my mother that this crazy shit. She said they told her he's going to be a president one day. And all these things they were telling her about me. And because they knew me and I knew them. And and I thought she knew, I thought everybody
So you
knew.
thought she knew you were going there?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought this might be normal. I thought it might be normal because I wasn't interested in kind of fame and power, anything like that. I just, I don't know. I never was interested in that. I'm interested in connection and disruption of reality. Jason is drinking out of one of my glasses, brother. I got the real glass. Man. Look at that, straight solid. Ah! It broke. Fuck.
Oh, son of a gun!
Son of a bitch! I threw that thing at a wall. It bounced off the wall, bounced off the fucking concrete floor, bounced off another wall, and then fell on top of my my table the right way up. I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" That was like crazy. Made it illegal.
The chat doesn't believe you at all. There's no proof. He doesn't even have a camera on it. We didn't see anything.
Sorry. You're absolutely right. I agree with you. I surrender. You're telling the truth. John Kemper. John, what's up, John? John's cool, actually. I like John.
John Kemper's awesome.
Hey, they made it illegal in Illinois, Jason. Support my state of mind. Yeah, if your state of mind is sober and you're lifting weights and you're drinking protein and you're praising Jesus and you salute the flag at least once in the day and then at night, and you can do it in midday if you want to really excel.
Yeah, what are the actual protocols for that? I'm not really sure. I'm not really clear on how often you're supposed to lick the boot. You have to put it all the way down your throat. How does it work exactly?
Well, yeah. Okay, Jason, what the hell? Look at Little. What the? Jason seems like a recovered narcissist that's beyond super rare. Interesting. I'm not sure what to think. No hate. I'm just recovered psychopath. Well, what the hell, Little? I'm not a psychopath, motherfucker.
I think you might have another tab open there, buddy. That's possible.
What?
Somebody's got a tab open because there's an echo going on.
A tab. I don't got a tab open.
And we haven't eaten any tabs, so I'm not really sure what the hell is going
Oh,
on.
somebody else does. If they're I don't hear any echo.
Maybe Little has another tab open.
I'm deaf.
Somebody's hearing an echo.
Who's hearing an echo? Am I like really that behind in the chat?
This is the drugs. This is why you don't do drugs, people. Look at this. They're hearing echoes.
It is. It's probably by osmosis. Like,
I'm not recovered.
Look at that.
Oh shit! You know what? That's kind of fucked up. I'm not gonna say that's not sexy. But that's why he's a mastermind. That's one. See, I get the mastermind because he's a mastermind. I see now. Yeah, that would be fun. You know, look, if you're Christina Aguilera, dude, you can fucking do anything. Okay, you're like you're a hot kind of hot woman, and you fucking got your own money, dude. She's getting gangbangs 12 times a day, and she's snorting pounds of coke. That you can't help yourself. Speculation.
Who can blame a person?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So what I did at Disney was classes and singing, classes on acting and shit like that.
Oh, you did them at Disney, like acting classes and everything?
Yeah, they had a little facility there where they had the kids, and they built it kind of like where like it would kind of rise up, you know, there'd be a row here, and they go up and up, straight up, you know. So they're kind of looking down. You're at the bottom. They're looking down at you, you know, like some kind of courtroom or some shit. But yeah, they have that. That is just a place where you get a guy. Sometimes he comes out. He says he's some actor. I didn't care. And I'm the greatest actor in the world. I'm gonna tell you how to fucking think. So that's what he did, and you just talk for hours and tell kids shit, and then yell at them every once in a while, and that's basically what he was paid for because he's a son of a bitch like all of them. I'm against teachers because I'm completely. They should strip all their pay. Number one, you know, strip all their pay, and then tell them that their OnlyFans will be disconnected. So,
Mao said his friend Scotty made out with Christina Aguilera and thinks he went a little crazy, and I'm like thinking, yeah, it might be catchy. I mean, she might be contagious.
It might be Disney.
It might be Disney. It might have did it. Something.
Disney.
Yeah, I don't think Jason was actually Christina Aguilera's body double.
No, but it sounds interesting. I'd talk about it.
I would talk about it further if questioned by authorities.
Yeah, no. Then I'm completely silent. Then I don't want to speak at all, and I don't even know who I am.
Mao said that he saw Russia shot down a UFO this week, but can't confirm it. So,
whoa.
People,
comrades out there, if you want to give us a shout out, let us know the aliens are here yet. If Operation Blue Light has started, I'd like to know. I think we'd all like to know.
So,
okay, go ahead.
How long were you going there? Like, was it years or, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, so like you became like a regular there, but you weren't going to regular school. Did they like, you know what I mean? Did they mark you like absent? Like, did they care that you weren't at regular school?
I don't know what they did, but I passed. And
how often was it? Like was it like all the time? Like, or was it just like sporadic? Like they just come get you at school, or how do they get you?
I could say it's sporadic, but it's also I was a kid. I'm not. If they had some kind of schedule, I might not have recognized that it was scheduled.
Yeah, exactly. I know. We're as adults, we're so like schedule oriented, like you know what I mean. But like, yeah, that's got to be. That must have been so weird. So you didn't like know when you were going, or
no?
Or
well,
like,
I knew as soon as the person walked in the room because those are different type of people, you know. I mean, honestly, they live in a different world, and they kind of, to me, exuded like some higher, authority. I'm a kid, that's what I'm talking about. Looking through that, So
from as a kid, we're taught, like, especially, like I'm 42, so like when I was a kid growing up, you were told to listen to the adults and do what they said, especially. Especially, an adult of an authority figure, like at school or whatever, you were supposed to not question them and you were supposed to listen. I wasn't that kid, but
yeah. But yeah, they would take me on that bus and take me to this area. It's absolutely like desert sand, the beach stand. You know, he was right when he said beach stand. That's probably what it was. But we drive through it, like a little road to the area, go inside. There's a mini city in here. There's houses where you live. There's jobs. There's businesses. There's just a life. It's a real city. And in there, it does look like a city. So we all got houses. We all got jobs to do. You know, it's about 30 kids. It was a big facility. Maybe more, you know, but I'm trying to guess, you know. In there. And so they say, well, they put you on what job they think you would be good at, right? I always, as a kid, did not care about tests or any of that shit. I would Christmas tree. I would put symbols that are sacred to certain sake of anyway. But I do all these type of things. I didn't care about it, but I would pass because I don't know how I got through that shit. Tell you the truth. It was probably because I was in those projects or whatever. I think you're right. It could have been that. But you know, when we went to mini city, they gave everybody jobs. Well, I got, you know, a job in a what was a Blockbuster, basically. They didn't say Blockbuster, but that's what it was. You sell videotapes. I had videotapes, and people would come and buy them. Right. That was my job. That was all. But I had gotten that position because I wanted it, and no one else wanted to take it because it was kind of like a job. But I noticed that the job, that in the business there was a video camera that would project, where they had TVs everywhere, and they were kind of thin TVs, people. They were not regular TVs. These are big, thin TVs. So I thought about that last night. I was like, you know, those TVs.
So it was like technology that wasn't
available
for everybody.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk more about that because I witnessed a lot of that tech going through the process. So the point that I was there, the position beside me in the business was this man, or this kid, but this person, and they were broadcast everywhere. So I wanted that job big time. And okay, this might not represent me the best, okay? All right, but here's the thing, is like here's the thing, you know. You gotta understand a little bit of my past. You know, I was out of my place because I was raised in a nightmare. You know, it was all black town and Hispanics, but I was white, and so you know it was all, I'd have to fight groups of black kids to get on the bus. When I got on the bus, I'd have to fight some kid. It wasn't just black; it was Hispanic, you know, too. So it
was very culturally like divided, like in your area.
And I became good at fighting, and I was beating up when they would jump me with 4 or 5 kids. I was beating them up, and so the kids started complaining to their parents, and one of them kicked me right in my face. He was a 30-year-old man. I was going to elementary, and he kicked me right in my chest. And,
holy shit!
Yeah, I couldn't do nothing, but yeah, it was really, so you're putting that type of kid who's aggressive, who has to fight for everything, and you're putting him in these positions where you have people who, a lot of the kids that I was with, right? Their parents were lesbian.
Their parents were what? I didn't hear it.
Not lesbians, thespians. They're actors. Oh. But those type of Shakespearean actors. That's why I said lesbian. And people like that, these were like 4th generation, you know. And then there's some rough kid coming from a real rough situation. So I had a little bit of slick in me, you know, and aggression. So the guy felt scared about getting on the camera. So I kind of was like, yeah, dude, it's terrifying. You shouldn't do it. So I took the job, right? And man, that was fucking crazy, dude. I took this job and I'm blasting everywhere. So now I'm just talking. I'm not even caring about any of the businesses and nothing like that. So I start doing that, and then I would take time off, and then I would go to each area, each of the because they would set up the business. It's a mini city. The business would be all together, one here, one there, right? So I would just go all the way down and talk to each one, and finally, I bought their stuff and I got all of the money in the area. I was in control of the money. I now in control of the food because I just bought these people. They didn't want to do the jobs, so I said I'll take it. So that when I did that, I was in charge of everything, and money didn't matter, you know. So I got them all to rebel, and we just kind of chilled for a while. Like the biggest problems I ran into is like someone would say, "I don't like my house," you know, and then I would go find someone and I'd say, "Hey, you're not going to be here all the time. You could try another house. It's kind of cool. So this guy wants to try houses. You want to trade, and then on food, right? Like sometimes someone wanted like pieces of steak, right? And so yeah, your first meal won't be what you want. It'll be what we're going to give you. But your second meal will be what you want. So if you went and you ordered, I want steak, you get that steak in the second meal. But to make it all even, we had to do that. And money became nothing, but they shut it down after a while. They watched it and then they shut it down. Then they took me to a room which had a long desk, like you see the movies with like a long desk and a bunch of Wall Street people, and it was these old dudes in suit, and then there was one woman at the end of it, and the old dudes were arguing over me, right? I don't remember what everything they were saying, but they were arguing over what's going on, you know? Why would they're doing stuff like that and really aggressively arguing each other. And then it stopped, and the woman says, "How did you make everything free?" And that's what they were scared of. They really were angry with me, and so they shut down the whole project. They gave me a real aggressive feeling, like they were upset. They were trying to give pain. You know how you train someone. You know, if you have a pleasurable thing or a good thing, they'll just torture you a little bit, so it kind of mixes it up. And so yeah, a lot of weird shit, a lot of fucking weird shit went down. But that whole thing is that they were very concerned. But they took me the second time I went there. This is kind of really crazy. The second time I went there, they put me in this machine, right? And you put your hands up like this and your legs out, spread it out, and you're completely trapped in the machine. It has you all around, and someone can spin it, right? But they were doing it electrically or something. And they put VR. This is before VR came out, okay? Way before VR came out. The headsets you have now is the one I was using looked better. And so
this was way back in the day. Like this isn't like just like a couple of years ago. This is when you were a child.
At least 30-something years ago.
So the technology was completely like more advanced than what people are even seeing.
Yeah, think about
in
the
stores.
technology back 30 years
that
ago.
One did seem, because it was thin, like one of the like one of those really thin phones, but even a little thinner, and it even had like a folding thing, so it would fold together, and you just pop it open, and they hook it up to this little thing they put around your ears, and then it connects, and then you just sit there, and they spin you around, and they show you images, and first it's a game, Aladdin, and while you're kind of playing it, you know what I'm saying? Where you feel like you're the character because you're flying through all these things, right?
Right.
And that's why I kind of brought this up, because you mentioned Aladdin, you know. in one of your things. But
Yep.
so they were using Aladdin, and then intermittent between the Aladdin things would be this old black and white like old movie. And I don't remember what the dude would say or nothing, but I knew it was like
It
intermittent.
sounds like it was subliminal messaging. I mean, like, it seems like they were a program. It's a program or something or subliminal something. Yeah, because the Aladdin thing that I brought up is because BlackRock used this as this AI system, and they called it Aladdin, and that's what they used for the banks in 2008, and it's what they used to control a quarter of the world's money is that Aladdin AI system that they're using, and BlackRock owns a quarter of the money, like, you know, the investment firm. So yeah, it's called Aladdin.
Wow. You got, so yeah, that's what I felt it was, but we're just speculating.
Yes.
You know, but
of course, because it's all alleged anyway.
Yeah, this is all, you know, we don't.
But yeah, so yeah, that's basically what it was. It was like they were like kind of like those old films that would tell you not to smoke, or you know, the old films that tell you not to do weed, the old 50s kind of thing. That's what it was kind of like doing, intermittently flashing.
Propaganda, yeah. Like that's programming.
So,
that's what
so think about this. Think about this now. I took over the place. I made everything free. I organized everything. There was no problems. You know, and most problems I had were the food and the thing, and I solved that. So then after I did that, as punishment, the speculation, they took me in to try to break me. And that's what that was about, because they wanted to break that. Because after that, this is what they did. They put me back in the same situation, and I actually went and did the same thing. But I did this time. I knew I couldn't be the head of it, so I made I didn't know was basically a union. I got everybody to get together and agree upon giving up the money and giving up the products we have. Again, I did it. So their brainwashing fucking didn't work, cocksuckers. You fucking bitches.
They wanted to see if they wanted to see that. That's a thing though. They want the ones that they don't think that they can break to see if they can.
Yeah, and I just don't. I've never had that authority love. I've always had like question authority. That's the point of even maintaining authority. If you can't question it, then it's not legitimate. So you know, but yeah, that was pretty crazy, you could say. But you know, I just thought it was like kind of normal. You know, I really did. I wasn't involved in. I got involved in Power Rangers once, and I just read comic books.
But yeah, I mean, when you're a kid, if the adults around you aren't acting like it's a weird thing, you know, like that's why kids can grow up in cults and grow up in weird situations, and they don't know any different.
Because if you don't know any different, then you're not questioning. If you live inside an insulated, insular little bubble of information, then they can tell you what to think. They can strap you in the VR
but as a
chair
kid,
feed you fucking, you know, drugs are bad commercials.
Yeah.
You know, I really felt like when we went there that they did some kind of, this speculation, some kind of like hypnosis or something like that. Because there's like, I did not remember a lot of this for a lot of years, and I used to take mushrooms a little bit. And I had incredible life-changing experiences with mushrooms. It literally changed my life in the greatest way possible. Never thought I could have that type of emotional connection with something outside of myself. And so, you know, and
it cleared out those old cobwebs. It sounds like
mushrooms are.
Yeah, that we could talk about that one. It was incredible. It was basically, you're right. It's basically what it did is just took all the like like sometimes people hold on and they don't know. They're holding on to things they're angry about. They've repressed so far that they don't know that it's still poisoning them. And in that experience, that was taken from me by something other than me.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it sounds like it was kind of like almost like an escape for you too. You know what I mean? Because like in your neighborhood, you're fighting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's like, and if you're a poor kid and you're like, oh, someone's taking a special interest and you get to go to Disney. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, oh, this is cool. You're more accepting of things like that because of your circumstances. It seems like you were a target for a reason.
Yeah. I was targeted. I don't think they actually. I think I did actually not. They didn't work, but because I rebelled constantly, and every time I would break the experiment, and that's what they would call it, the experiment. So this is straight up. They called it the experiment.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it would be a lot to try to I mean, like, and I understand what you're talking about, like in a child's mind, you know what I mean, and trying to like piece together the things, because I was a really rebellious child too. I grew up in a military household where I was told like, you were supposed to be seen and not heard, and that's just not who I was. Like, I was very rebellious.
Can you imagine someone like, Lucky? Like, she's just like, she's gonna tell you shit that you don't want to hear.
I'm gonna tell you. I know.
Tell grown-ups the truth about shit, in uncomfortable ways where people are not even ready for.
No, they're not ready for it. I will tell.
Filter.
I don't have that filter, yeah. But I was always like a very, like when you're saying all this, I'm like thinking like if that was me in that situation, I probably would have done the same type of thing, because I was like, I was the kid in the neighborhood that, oh my God, I got in so much trouble as a kid. I got in so much trouble because my mom said I was always the youngest one with like all the older kids like following me around. And I was, I had a mind of my own, and I had that very rebellious streak in me where I just wouldn't fall in line. Like I just didn't. I just maintained who I was, and it feels like like that's probably why we connected, is because you're the same way. You're that same. Like, your programming is not going to work on me.
The magnetic nanobot particles to us as
I was always like born with a code or some shit. It's weird, and actually I hate it because doing anything right is a punishment worthy of death, and
inadequacy is a non-starter. It's not even, can't even consider it as an option.
Right.
So it's the catch-22. I know what you're saying, man. I feel it. Drew said one time he got jumped and kicked in the stomach so hard he crapped himself and had to sit in the drunk tank with poop pants.
Oh.
Did you call Jesus and stuff? Did you pray about it? Because I had a guy say that to me one time when I got arrested. I had a big black eye from the cop popping me in the grill and shit.
That's what they do.
The guy in the cell with me, I think his name was Brian, if I remember correctly, and he said, "Just pray to Jesus, man. Everything's gonna be all right." And I was like, "Okay, I'll give it a shot," And I did. I gave it a shot, but nothing. I didn't get a call back or a text or anything. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he was busy. It was a weekend.
No. It was Garth Brooks' song. Okay, thank God for unanswered prayers. That's what it was.
Oh, that's what it was, right?
Garth Brooks' spirit teaching you Jesus' love.
That's the thing, Jason, that I cherish about our newfound friendship is the fact that you sum it up so eloquently with a Garth Brooks song. It's the country wisdom.
You see, he's showing you his shirt.
Is just
It says that Jesus
startling.
Christ is our Lord and Savior.
It's a beautiful shirt. Oh, I know. Absolutely, with the American flag motif. Did you get that at a Trump rally? Because that's got the right colors on it, my friend.
No, they got it from me, bro. They got it from I'm the influencer.
I should have known better. Trump's a fucking total plagiarist. He steals everybody's shit.
Bro,
Talking in the free world. Come on.
Okay? I love Trump. You know what I'm saying? But Trump used to troll me all the time. And with the nasty pictures, just like Biden. And that's why I blocked Biden, and that's why I'm followed by correspondents. I don't know, some black guy. But
some guy.
Some guy. But
he showed me. He's followed by a correspondent, like he used to.
Oh yeah, the Fox dude. Yeah.
Yeah, he works for Fox News, and it's a real thing.
I heard if you can't call Joe Biden a scumbag on Twitter any longer.
Yeah, no. Apple, right?
Unacceptable.
You can't. You can't call Joe Biden a scumbag because they will flag it. It happened to me on Twitter.
Flag it.
I called
somebody a flag it once. They got all mad.
I didn't even like tag Joe Biden. I was replying to him, and I said, like something about being a scumbag and bombing people, and yeah.
Don't be a little flag it.
But it didn't matter when Applejack did the same thing, replied the same thing to my tweet. That didn't get flagged, but when you do it to Joe Biden, it gets flagged.
Fucker. Hey, you know what though? I got one of those too. Feel pride because they told me I sent a tweet. Shut the fuck up! I'm trying to sleep, and I sent that to him, and he just kept on yapping. And before I was able to even send it, they stopped me and said, "This isn't how Twitter tweets actually are." Bullshit. Fucking Twitter
people this isn't how most people tweet or some shit like that. Like,
are
you kidding me?
I am not. I am not most people, sir.
I know.
Twatter.
Twatter.
Let me see here. Philly. He says Philly, right? Shot culture. Talk about shot culture. Amish sounds. You know what? The Amish, I kind of respect them. They make good furniture.
They make beautiful barns. You ever see them put up a barn like fucking 45 minutes? Done.
Yeah, and they're God-loving, God-fearing, and that's what you guys got to be. Get off the drugs.
I would be okay with God if it didn't mean I had to wear, like I had to have like no mustache and a beard and ride around in a cart with the horse.
Yo. How much
I could do it if everybody was doing it, but not everybody's doing it.
I would like to live like the Amish.
I would too,
but not have to do like the religious part of the Amish.
Yeah, maybe not so much.
Well, you can't. Well, you gotta love God. You gotta serve God. You can't. So there you go. You have no fucking rights. You either agree to serve God or get the fuck out. You can't live Amish.
Or kick rocks, bitch.
Kick the hell the rocks. Yeah, no.
So you said that. Okay, so you said that you took over the mini city.
I like how she just gets back to the fucking meat. She's like, "All right, bitch, you were in the middle of this motherfucker. You took over the fucking thing, and now everybody's
I want to know
what
happened. So they had a discussion with you, right? I know this is okay. Listen, the fact that I, with ADHD and everything else, that I can go back to this and I can focus on this is the big thing. It got my attention. So.
I can be entertaining. I can definitely be irritating every once in a while. I've done
that. That's not what I'm saying. So, no, I want to know what happened. So, like, they had this whole conversation about you, and they tried to program you with this, with the VR set, allegedly. So. And it's weird because I know, like, for me, like, my childhood memories, I have really good memories of my childhood, but I have big blocks of time that are just not there. And there's details that I cannot remember, it's like, so when you're recalling this, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of how some of my memory is too. But you said the shrooms kind of clear that out for you. But you told me before that now you did like a breakout or something. You had a jailbreak or something at Disney. Like, what happened at that?
Well, when I took over, we just at a certain point we became total. The kids there became total degenerates, and everything was open, and we were running around screaming. Because I told them I told them we should be shouting to escape because they had made it looks really military. It's divided like it's like a set.
Oh yeah, so the way that they built the mini city, okay, so this is from what the research that I found was that they built this mini city because Disney wanted to have all of his animators live in the mini city and that they would be provided basically with all of their needs. They would have the stores, they would have all the shops, they would have all the things. So when you're describing this, I'm like, oh wow, I looked into this and it lines up. And
this is crazy.
So
this is crazy.
He wanted to basically have complete control over everybody, and he would know what they would all want, and he would know what was best for them. That's what he, that's what he purportedly. It's reported that he believed that's how Walt Disney felt, is that he knew what was best for everybody. So it's really interesting that you're like, it's military. It aligns with what like the research that I've done, and that people were saying that this was his idea and his dream, and that's why he built the mini city.
Really?
The way he built it that way. Yeah.
That's crazy because I never really looked into it. I would tell my girlfriend or someone close, hey, I had this crazy experience one time, for 6 years of my life, but I never thought about looking up. And look, everything I'm saying is already. There actually is. That's crazy. You found that. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. But today I put in what Disney doesn't want you to know, and I got this one article about 17 pedophiles that they busted there because guess what? There's a ring. Like the Catholic,
there's a lot of articles about.
Maybe that's where the tunnels go to Epstein's place in Key Largo, there next to Trump's house or Mar-a-Lago. I mean,
you never know. I mean, like there's ties with all of that down there too. Like it's all interconnected, and I think that the web is so much larger than we just see the tip of the iceberg of it, right? Like we just kind of. If we knew actually all of the information about what all of the the people that are in power and that have influence, what they've done and how they've influenced the people, I think that it would destroy people. It would destroy lives. It would destroy people in general. Like people wouldn't know what to do or who to even trust at that point, because it does go so deep. Okay, so back to so the mini city, you said they were militant there, and like it was very much about order and control.
Yeah,
I was thinking they have all the principle.
Something turned on.
Mousehead, it says, have you ever seen that movie that Disney and Salvador Dali did together? I have, and it's stunning, like amazing fucking shit.
Oh,
I need to quickly get a drink. Is that possible?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah,
I'll catch up on the chat.
Take a moment.
Hey, you guys, put 1 in the chat if you hate my fucking guts, and then 2 if you're like, fuck you.
Oh no!
I see a lot of 3s.
What does that mean? They can add?
I think it means they really fucking hate you and fuck you.
No. Yes, everything is allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. But I tell you the truth, what you're talking about now, I didn't know about that. So how allegedly is it? Because you hear my experience. That's basically what happened. And if you just take
You
all of what
hear
it
my
said,
research. It's like that's why I'm like astonished by this. It's like and we didn't talk. Like we didn't talk about this at all.
No,
Like we were
no.
like, yeah, I mentioned Aladdin and another and the Ukraine when I talked about Ukraine and the AI and you know and how they're using this and I was like, wow. And then you said something about Disney, and I was like, what? You were in a tunnel? I didn't even know there was tunnels until you mentioned that.
Clearly, the synopsis.
Are they? Did you see anything on the islands?
I didn't see into the islands. I'm gonna have to look into this more because
Yeah. Let me tell you something. I think some weird religious shit went down there, and there's like,
well, yeah, there was an article that I found. It's a PolitiFact. Like they were fact checking stuff about Disney, and a lot of times this is a good way to find like what are the actual conspiracies that are going around. Like if you want to know what the conspiracies are, just look up fact checks. You know, like it's a good place to start with fact checks. So this is one that I found. That Disneyland estates have been used for MK Ultra, mind control, human trafficking, occult rituals, and and all this stuff, and sexual stuff, and you know, so you know, like myths and conspiracy theories around Walt Disney and his namesake Disneyland have been long abound on the internet, but they've heated up recently since the Disney company chief executive criticized a Florida law that curbs classroom instruction about sexual orientation and gender identity. So
wow.
yeah,
Wow.
like
Because think about it, we just did this. I wasn't thinking about talking about it. I don't even care, you know. But and at the same time we're talking about it, right? There's this synchronicity. Like there's something. There's a force behind revealing. You notice that all this time, all we're doing is revealing all the layers of corruption in our society, corruption in our system, corruption in our culture, and corruption in our mind.
and of course they come out with these like, you know what I mean, like and some of it might you know what I mean, some of it might be fake and made up, but the origins of things usually, you know, I look at things like this like with a grain of salt. Like, okay, well, I'm gonna hold the belief that this may or may not be true now. This gives it more validity that it could be, you know, but that doesn't make it true, doesn't make it false. But I can hold in that middle area until I have evidence to point either direction. But I mean, everyone can make up their own mind on what they think, because I didn't show this article to Jason ahead of time. He didn't even know I had this.
No, I wasn't. Yeah,
like,
I didn't
just prepare. Kind of like put it aside, like, oh wow, that's weird. Whoa, like let me just park this here, Steve. Like I sent it to him on his Twitter just because I was like, oh, let me see what, you know what I mean. Like let me see what this is. This is weird, and it's just, you know, it from what it sounds, you know, from you know, like who knows, our childhood memories can be you know, convoluted, but when it makes complete sense and there seems to be, you know, things that line up, it's like it makes me go, huh, like that's weird. I'm gonna probably pay attention to that now more, you know.
Yeah, there's more there, you know, like the MK Ultra thing. I've talked about that before with they were involved with CARE. You ever heard CARE? The CARE is like it supports the Muslim people, and it connected to all the churches here. They supply lawyers for them. They're one of the most powerful things. And I don't want to speak against them, but I'm just saying that there isn't anything bad that happened there. It was just that I was talking to them about it, and the guy mentioned, he says, that sounds like some MK Ultra shit, bro. And I'm like, oh yeah, kind of, you know. But I don't think it worked. I didn't want the things that they're giving out. I didn't want. I never cared about the things the way they wanted you to be and what they thought said that you should want. I didn't want them. It was biological. It's not. I don't even think I'm I'm virtuous. I don't even know if I believe in virtue. I just think that genetically I'm fucked up and I'm doing the right shit, and that's the wrong thing. You should be terrible, people. Be vicious. Be animals. Cold-hearted. Strong like
I
that.
think that you have a radar
Bringing
because you grew up
instinctual.
in, you know what I mean? Yeah, you used your natural instinct, and you could just tell when something's not right. And I think that a lot of that's tuned out of a lot of us, and we lose our natural instinct, and we lose our natural ability to gauge situations, to know when something's right or wrong, because it's programmed out of us. I mean, think about it. Like, when you go to school, what are you taught when you go to school? You're supposed to pledge allegiance to a flag every morning, and you're supposed to, when that bell rings, you're supposed to, I mean, you go to your next class, and it's all about programming you your whole life. But there's some of us that it doesn't work for. And even me, I was a military brat growing up. Like, it was freaking ingrained into my brain from the time I was 4 years old, but I resisted it. And I've always wondered how I was able to resist that, like how I was able to resist that programming that most people just fall in line. Like, what makes me able to resist that kind of, you know what I mean? The authority figures.
Yeah.
I mean, because I got my ass beat. I got my fucking ass beat for not falling in line. Like, it wasn't like an easy thing for me to rebel and be who I was. Like,
Right.
I physically and mentally was emotionally, knocked down constantly over it. But I continue to resist it. So I don't know what makes certain people different in that way. I would like to know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I wasn't doing shrooms as a kid, like I wasn't doing stuff like that as a kid to, like, combat it or in any way.
Yeah, I feel like there could be a spiritual component. Like Santeria really helped me learn a lot about power and all types of things. It's great. It's a great practice. But that helped me out, changed my life. It was a process, ancestry type stuff. Nothing bad. But so that's a component, but I don't have any total like evidence that the reason I do things. I feel like it's like some kind of, I don't look at it as good because sometimes I have to take a big hit telling the truth. Most of the times that's what it is. And so, but it's like when I started doing this years ago, I didn't do it on YouTube as much, but I did a couple things on YouTube, and I did on Twitter and everything, and Facebook and Instagram. I was on all of them doing different content, and each of one, not just doing the same across, and that can be a lot of work. And I was doing that, and I have an inability to say the right thing, and I know I'm gonna eventually say the wrong thing. Eventually, I'm gonna find the corruption, and it's just gonna nag me and bother me, and I cannot take it. And then I have to tell somebody. And
yes,
coming from the culture that I came from, fighting all the time, you have to learn to put that anger and that straight up hate and push that back away and swallow those emotions like a real man in the pit of your stomach until you have cancer. That's how we do it. Okay?
No.
But yeah, no, we shouldn't have feelings. We shouldn't have.
It's hard because, it's hard when you have knowledge and you have the truth and you're like, people should know this, people should care about this, people should want the truth, no matter what it is, like, but I guess people by instinct don't necessarily want to always know the truth, like because they want to protect them, their own themselves, I guess. But to me, I'm like, I want to walk towards the things that make me uncomfortable and tackle them head on, because that's how we change them, and that's how we make those things that make us uncomfortable, the things that are bad, the things that are negative. That's how we combat it by, going at it head on. But
yeah, 90% of the feeling of that you're controlled and that you're a slave, 90% of that is in your own mind. And once you just relinquish and tell yourself, I am free, I can do whatever the fuck I want, I'm not going to do crimes and hurt people, but that's just because today I feel good. You see what I'm saying? You got to be able to get rid of that, and not even have that, because it's meaningless. And once you just realize you're free, like I go around and I smoke out of this little, it's simple things, I smoke out of this little bowl, right?
mm-hmm.
It's a really cool one.
Oh, I like it. Yeah. I have a wooden one that's like that kind of.
Yeah. And so I love to walk around, right? And I love to just smoke it, right? And you know what? When I smoke it, I go, I'm absolutely fucking free. So I just walk around, chilling. But it's legal shit. It's all legal. I don't smoke anything illegal. I'm not even joking. I get this from a company that's legal, from a business, it's Moon Rock, yes. And it's real tasty.
Right on.
But
I think this chat room just like devolved into some kind of weird furry space. I don't know what they're talking about.
Oh my gosh,
There's
what happened?
I don't know. All right, I'll be back. Okay.
All right. Lala says we were at a restaurant and this old white dude had a furries shirt on talking about the local furries group. And Drew pointed it out to me like, what's furries?
Oh, that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Well,
do we need to do a stream on furries?
I don't know. Mastermind Roman says, Applejack, we'll wait until you see a little hottie in a fox costume wags her tail in your face. See how
oh my God. No way. Are you kidding me? What is happening right now? The Easter Bunny's here.
Oh, snap.
I have a panda head like that.
Oh yeah, that's what you got? Well, guess what?
Don't tell everybody.
No way, you got the same one as me, Jason. Oh my God, I could go up and like get my panda head and we could be twinsies. I want to actually
hoping to get a little panda head myself.
I want to turn it into a tie-dye one. I want to turn it into a tie-dye panda head. Like I want to tie-dye it.
I didn't even know it was this kind of show, you guys. God damn. Warn a motherfucker.
That was great. Oh my gosh. I love it.
I made Vicky spit out her coffee.
Oh no.
No, I'm just saying.
But yeah, I bought those for some girls. We were doing some rituals, and yeah, I got other ones. I don't know what to do with them, but I got them.
Ritual. Yeah, buddy. I know what you're talking about.
And so I got them, but they're cool. I'm not into furry shit. I don't get that at all. What's sexual about that shit, you fucking freaks? You belong in the bowels of hell, you freaks.
I mean, each their own. If they're not harming another person or children
or another panda,
they're annoying me. Yes. That's enough.
Annoying is
enough. That's all it takes.
Sex with bears is an entirely different subcategory.
Consenting adults. I don't care what consenting adults do.
No, I don't care about freedom. No consenting adult. They fucking shut the fuck up. Stop wearing weird shit, freak. And
I mean, I'm not into it, but
you
like,
are. You are. Yes, you are. Because I see you smiling. I know. I get it. Okay, it's just fine. You're a degenerate. Don't worry about it. Okay, you'll be fine. And Steve, dude, Are you enjoying her degeneracy, bro?
Well, I'm hoping to get a little panda head later.
Whoa! Hey! Yo!
Hello. Whoa.
Whoa!
What?
Wait!
I used it earlier.
Steve!
Everybody missed it, and I had to bring it back.
You see these two, chat? You see these two? Huh? Bunch of fucking degenerates.
That's why you fit in so well.
Yeah. I'm the master, the god of all gods. JBX. There's one. And that's
John
it.
Kemper said Jesus saves America.
Jesus, 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 Jesus. What's up? Jesus. Jesus is Lord, y'all. That's what you need to know. That's what you need to know. Jesus will save. Ask him. You know what? Jesus might even get you reparations. Start praying. Okay?
Jesus.
Look what Ed said.
Yeah, Biden will slap Trump with a dirty diaper. What the fuck?
Jesus.
Motherfucker! Fuck you! All right. There's no coming back from that. What the fuck does that mean? Weird person.
Biden's gonna use his dirty diaper that he wears.
That's sick. You're a fucking sicko degenerate. Fuckhead. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Oh my gosh. That's gonna make Jason spit on his
Oh my god. It got me a little bit. I'm sorry. I am a narcissist. I'm laughing at my own jokes. This is fucking ridiculous. God bless America, land that we love. I love America, though. You know, don't give up on America, people. Listen, generation. Those old people that were dicks and did all this stuff, right? This no longer is theirs. It's yours. So if you're talking about your country, you're the one running this. So you're talking about yourself. Why don't you just look inside, right? And restructure how you're dealing with each other. And the way you're dealing is inappropriate. Children should not be involved in many of the things, but that is not just the only point of this kind of descent into like straight real degeneracy. And
I would love to be proud of I would love to be proud of where, you know what I mean, where I've lived and where I'm from. And I would love to be proud of it the way that I was as a kid when I would stand there, you know, as a military brat with my hand on my heart and watch the flag come down and listen to taps play every night. You know, I want to feel proud of where I'm from. I want to feel that pride. And that's why I want things to be better in this country. You know, I want us to acknowledge the fucking bullshit so that we can do better. Like, so we can have a place that is what everyone pretends that it is. Everyone that's so proud of it. It's like, I want better so I can be proud of where I'm from.
Yeah, but
it's not that I hate, you know what I mean? Like I want to feel good about it. I want to know that kids are safe here and you know what I mean, that they're not being abused and that we do have freedom of speech and we do have all these and we do have democracy. Like I want the things that people are in love with this illusion of that they think we have here. I actually want those things. Like I want to have that.
I don't really look at it that way because, like you, that to me is an illusion. What I'm coming from is more of a love for who we are and what we really believe in. Those are ideals, my friends, and ideals aren't things you achieve. Sometimes they're just standards in which you progress towards something more humane. And out of love, because there's no reason for me to hate America. All the people that did that evil, that's them. That's not us as the people. We didn't do it. We're not guilty of that. And America is us. Whether they own it and they're running it or not, we are still America. We are what they are, the working class, the broken class, you know? And out of love for all the work we do, I know you guys are really struggling. You're not getting your money, and you're sitting there at a job. We all know we go to Wendy's, we go to any place. They're just aspirated, and they're just going through it. There's no future for them. Well, they're not gonna go out and branch out like the old days, get their own business. So I know all those things are there, but I you got to look at it in a way that says this is my country, and what happened in the past is evil, and I denounce it, and I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. But the whole thing is that this is your country, kiddos. This is yours, and their time is already up, and
We need to, yeah, we need to take it back.
You gotta free yourself. You are free when you start saying I'm free and do what you want. I guarantee you, most of you, if you did what you want, it would be a little different. People might have to get used to it because you're just having fun now in life. But it would change how you those feelings of oppression that you do feel. It would, because once you start saying I am free and doing things, I guarantee most of you are not going to do evil stuff. You're just going to do stuff like I did. Get out of the car and start dancing in the middle of the street.
I think ultimately people, if they feel free, are more prone to do that. And the problem with that is that we're born, certain people, a lot of people I know, have been born into a situation where some of them are lucky enough to have some kind of way to be just elevated enough to be able to succeed on a path that they choose. And most of them just settle for whatever they can get, and whatever means and menial fucking job they can just keep a slave wage and just keep a roof over their head and have the kids have an okay Christmas this year and all of that shit, dude. It's just, we're born into a mining operation on this planet. And the mining operation is, the ore is your life force. And that's what they extract from you. If you want to be successful, you have to do it in a way that doesn't exact all of your life force and make you, you know what I mean, part of that machinery that's running everything. And it's really hard to separate yourself from that machinery enough and make a strong enough foundation on your own without some kind of fucking lattice, which used to be traditionally a community of people who all made you think about this, like in the 50s and 60s, there was a community of people in all the different race groups, right, that made enough money to support their families and made enough money and supported their little towns and their little markets and their stores, and they're like all from grassroots support. All of that grew, and it was self-sustaining. It was like, it could work like that. You could get your food locally and everything, right? But then as everything grew, none of that kept up. None of the wage, the earning potential, none of the wages kept up with the cost of living. So therefore you have this huge deficit in wage from the 60s until now. It's stunning.
So how do we fix that gap? All those years and years and years of people not standing up and not being free. For all of those years, right? All of these certain groups of people have made their way super successfully, like inordinately so. So there's more billionaires now than there ever was because of those kinds of circumstances being in place. And those are the things we need to fundamentally rise up and just say, fuck you. I don't want your fucking bullshit, fucking poison food. We're going to grow our own food. You know what I mean? Like that's the only way the system can break down, is if it fucking breaks down and people fucking adapt and adopt new systems. Like the idea that, that the number one most obtuse idea, I think right now, fundamentally, since it's completely broken, is the idea that if you just vote harder, you can fix everything, without even success for a moment entertaining the idea of doing something other than the same thing we've done for 250 years and keeping the same exact documents and the same exact laws and the same everything.
right? Things fucking evolve. That's why countries all over the world change their constitutions and their Bill of Rights every so often, because that's what you need to do. You need to adapt and evolve and grow. And we haven't done that in this country. All we care about is dominating the rest of the world and protecting our assets and getting as many fucking assets as we fucking can by doing so. And that's it. And until that changes, I can't see how we can do anything. Like, we all have to fucking agree that this shit's pretty fucked up. Maybe we should try something else. Instead of screaming vote third party, maybe we try something fucking else.
Yeah, there's no third party people. I'm sorry. You know what? No. You guys are, I'm going to tell you right now, you're in a delusion that there's any political answer to this, but I'm not suggesting any violence, okay? I'm against
We don't
violence.
have any representation.
Yeah, no. By all means.
We have nobody fucking representing us. Like, so it doesn't matter who, it doesn't matter who we would elect or not. Yeah. It doesn't.
I am suggesting
they're not going to represent us once they're there. They don't.
I am suggesting revolution to a place where we do have people that are fucking, representing the people. Right?
Yeah.
Until that
that's
what we want.
That's the problem.
Order, and we want that system of governance that the Declaration kind of sort of fucking almost captured, that they adapted from indigenous fucking tribes. You know what I mean? Like, once they figure that shit out and actually dial it in, it's a pretty good standard to base things on. I'm in agreement, totally in agreement with those protocols, but it has to be for everyone. It can't just be, the people who have the power fucking keep the power and the money only flows upward. That's just, and it has to be more equal.
The people that are in power aren't just going to give it up.
Yeah, of course.
Like, they're not just going to be like, oh yeah, sure, we're going to like suddenly respect you guys.
I want to say too, I am definitely not suggesting violence, but I am suggesting revolution. Right. Absolutely. And
I think but I think a major problem is that the left thinks of revolution as some kind of like spiritual moment or something, but they don't look at the situation at hand. We got a population, all right, that could not form a government. They literally do not have the intelligence, the knowledge, the foresight, the inner thing that philosophers,
the moral compass.
We have people canceling each other left and right and arguing amongst ourselves when we're supposed to be united. We can't even freaking
we have generational fucking stupidity and idiocracy.
Because everyone wants to claim that things are an echo chamber,
but then
and that we don't want echo chambers, but then they argue with you and they want to cancel you if you don't agree with them. And they don't know how to be adults and hold both sides, like be like, okay, well, let me see. I don't have to agree with you on everything, and I don't have to cancel you over that. And they don't know how to handle that.
It's like
they don't know how to do that.
Two opposing viewpoints in your head at the same time is like impossible for most of the adult people in this country.
But we can handle that because we're used to living, you know what I mean? Like we're programmed in a different way. Our wires work in a different way. And we have to remember what substances does the government try to keep from the people? Right? What natural substances does the government try to keep from the people?
Yeah. Lots of them.
Mushrooms, DMT, like all the natural things, like THC. All the plants, all the natural things that open your mind and then that give you a clarity.
I got 2 words for
that you can't get otherwise.
Dandelions,
yes. So all the natural things are put down. All the spirituality is put down as like, oh, it's blah blah blah, it's woo woo, or it's this or it's that,
and the coca.
But you have to remember that when you look back in time, before we were in these situations that we were in, what did people do? They lived in tribes. They lived off the land. They lived with the plants. They lived with the animals, and they coexisted with them. And
Yeah.
people were in much more harmony. And it's like the more technology comes, the farther away that we get from that. And I think that there's a balance that we need to find with all
Yeah,
of
I
it.
mean,
With
yeah, the
opposing
thing,
views, with everything. We need to find a balance. And we are so spun out of like balance right now and out of harmony with
like
nature.
the fucking the polar caps, you know, where it's just, everybody's just out of fucking phase, man. It's getting
well,
weirder.
I feel like the problem is, you know, I mean, listen, I've been a practitioner since 15 years old. You
Mhm.
know, I've worked my way up in many of the organizations, Dilemma, all of them. You know, as much as I can get to. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. Of course, I didn't get to some of them because they were fucking devils and serious crime bullshit, and I didn't like that. But and there's those groups. I posted on Twitter. Okay, there's a group that I knew about called the Order of the Nine Angels. Even saying this name, they're a scary terrorist group. They're they believe in pedophilia and murdering, and a lot of literal videos came out about it of them killing people. That's what they did at the parties, all types of stuff. I don't even know if I want to say on here. I got to think about that. But
Yeah.
just in case you tell me, of course. But yeah, all that type of stuff was going down. So yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
there's some really dark, sinister people in this world. So, like, there's a lot of them. There's a lot more of them than I realized because you know it's kept from us.
Oh
It-
yeah,
it-
but real quick, I wanted to say that like the connection of like there is no spiritual world. And there is no artificial machine. They all are from the same thing. The artificial machine is just a recombination of the same production of our universe and what it produces and matter and all these things, right? It comes, it isn't from out of space. It is natural, even the artificial. The realm of the spirit and the physical, they're the same. It's like the spoon, right?
Mhm.
It is the handle different than the spoon. I got this from a philosopher. No, it's one object. Even though the spoon and you know has the one part a little different and the other part different, they're one piece. It's one spoon.
it's different components of one thing.
Right. Different components of one thing is what I'm trying to say. But so it's one solid thing. And in doing 20 years of uh, paranormal research and the things I've seen and stuff like that, there's definitely something out there, my friends. And if you really fucking don't believe, go ahead and test it, because I guarantee you're gonna eventually hit something you don't want to ever be involved in your whole life. And so there's something out there right there that tells you. So what is that? And you have all these books of all these people who lived for thousands of years and followed these books. And these books are saying some of the same things that we have in our day that we don't communicate to each other. These experiences, like, you know, angelic experiences. We did all types of paranormal stuff, and it got to the point where we were doing the alien stuff, and I kind of stopped. You know, but we did a lot on the aliens, and of course I believe in aliens. I think you'd have to be half a retard to
Oh my God, he said the R word. Arrest
yeah
that man.
yeah so to do that. You know, he's saying, come on, people, like they got videotapes, and I was part of MUFON and all that shit, and you know it's mainly I got out of that because that shit is mainly FBI, by the way, like serious all feds, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm out. I'm done. I was like,
There's
this
a
is
lot of
stupid.
there's a lot of like secret societies and a lot of a lot of things, and I think that there's ties when it comes to like the aliens and stuff. I think that some of that is definitely like our government, and you know what I mean, and
Operation Blue Light. I was just talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
Now that it says by aliens, do you mean butt stuff? Of course.
Yeah, can you post that?
Mouse said that.
Mouse said it.
It's Small World. It's obviously a mind control song. Hell yeah, that's a devil song. You play that in reverse in a sacred fucking ritual, dude. The power is there, homie. It's straight devil.
Whoa, that's scary.
It's not a small world.
Ed wants to know Donald Duck versus Daffy Duck death match. Who wins?
Scrooge.
I know. Think about like
They kill each other. They kill. It's a murder suicide. They kill each other.
It's suicide pact.
But which one's the murderer?
Donald Duck shoots Daffy Duck straight in his fucking head. Yeah, that's what happened.
Man, Applejack's learning about furries now. He didn't know about the whole furry thing. Applejack,
Yeah.
I have to show you some stuff.
Corrupted that young man.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
You can't even have Oreos anymore.
I know. I Applejack comes around and is like, wait a minute, what? And Oreos are toxic? What? What is Roundup? What? It's in everything. What?
What do you mean?
It's in everything. Yeah, you got to drink a certain amount of Roundup every day. It makes you strong like bear. You know, and yeah, you got to do that. And pollution, don't worry about that, people. Your water is fine. The lead causes minor mental illness.
The mercury in the fish, don't even worry about it.
And the crazy thing is, like, when it comes to like, I had Snork on, and we did a whole thing about the water in the United States, and we talked about it and how toxic it is. And the thing is that everyone shows like, oh, people turning on their faucet and there's brown water coming out, and they think, oh, that brown water, that's so toxic. Look at it's got lead in it. Lead is clear. Lead does not show up. So when people they're gaslighting you into believing that because your water comes out clear out of your tap that it's clean. That does not mean it's clean. That does not mean it's
sure. Get the water police and Disney after us on the same show.
No, you can't have me on a show because this is what I'm saying. I could have never done my comedy or anything I've ever done. I could have never done it to get to the top because I can't. I'm just gonna talk. They're gonna fucking cancel me. There's no fucking, and they did. I've been. I don't know if I've said this to everybody, but they wiped my fucking ass out in one day. So it took 7 years of my work doing speeches. I worked with all the groups, founding a member of 515, founding member of the Black Lives Matter chapter. And then one of the founding members, and then I created Brown Lives Matter for Spanish people, and that was a war because Black Lives Matter sent us a thing and told us you can't use Brown Lives Matter.
What?
Yeah, and so
they wouldn't let you stand up. Okay, now when it comes to like when it comes to like Black Lives Matter. Now they've proven that a lot of that was all government psyop too. A lot of that and the funding and all this, and then they come to you and they tell you that you can't stand up for another
brown lives. And you know what? I'm gonna tell the truth, like all the time. I'm gonna say right now, there is a secret, or not really too secret. There's an agreement amongst Black people and Hispanics. There's an underlying agreement, and that we all know. And if there's any Black people in the chat, tell me I'm lying. That there's not an agreement that we don't let them attack, we live amongst they put us with black people. We live amongst them. You know what I'm saying? We're going to fight for our area and our people. Those people, the black people that live in my area are my people. They're not, it's really not like that. I don't think of it like that. But it is like that in society today. It wasn't like that a couple years ago. Maybe 6 years ago, probably. It wasn't like
I
this.
feel like the racial division it's growing. It's growing more and more, as opposed to people saying, "Oh, we're all a human race. We shouldn't be dividing based upon how much color, how much pigment we have in our skin."
Yeah,
You
but
know
we're
what I
not.
mean?
We're not a human
And
race.
then they disregard. Everyone's like, "Oh, well, Black Lives Matter," but then they disregard the fact that the people that were otherwise enslaved. What about the Japanese internment camps in the United States? What about the fact that they built a railroad? You know what I mean? Like, and it's just like they completely leave out these huge fractions of people. And it gets completely washed out. And it's like, wait, no, I think that everybody's life matters and we need to honor everybody. What about the people that are indigenous? The Native Americans that are indigenous to this land, you know what I mean? Like, their lives also matter. It's like
everybody's lives matter.
everybody needs to matter, and nobody needs to be superior to anybody.
You're killing me. Look, this is how I feel. And tell me if I'm the devil. Okay. Fine. All right. This is how I feel. I don't care about anything but what actually, like, your life does not matter. Like, literally, if you died today, it wouldn't change anything.
It wouldn't. It would not change. No, it wouldn't.
Hardly anyone would care, and hardly anyone would care but your family. And if you have a big family and you're all the time communicating to them and have parties, which is rare in families today, then it's different. But mostly that's not what's going on. So I don't think we should look at it as caring about indigenous. The indigenous has problems, right? Those are just problems they have, and of course we'll be there when they need it because they're us, they're Americans. But I don't look at it as like I care. Why? Even though I do care about the oppression personally, I separate that shit and I go, yeah, really, nobody's lives matter, and you're not special. Your oppression happened to another people, not even you. Okay, I don't care what you say. And that stuff that happened was the worst abomination that mankind could have done. And it's disgusting. And I can't believe that people fell for something so dynamic to say that these obvious human beings aren't human beings. So, that's not the problem. What the problem is that you cannot blame a generation, especially this generation, because a lot of us were talking about integration. We were raised that we were all going to be together in some rainbow world, and everything's going to be, and we were post-racism, racist. Remember that? Post-racist?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, guess what? That was easily destroyed by groups like Black Lives Matter, which were organized CIA operations, and fact
and a couple other good, a couple other 4chan outfits, working. The feds have been working overtime, creating as much division between races as much as they can, so that people won't take it on a class level and assemble as workers and strike.
Right.
And that's the thing, is that,
it's
like,
an old trick.
To me, it's like
every time.
I'm with the people. I'm with the people. If you walk out of our apartment and into our neighborhood, you will see people from like all different walks of life.
Yeah, there's
all whole different walks of life. We
races.
we have like a big casino by us. So the Native Americans, like, they get priority there, but there's like people from all walks of life, especially when there's a huge casino. And when I say casino, I'm not just talking about like a place where you go in and just have the money and do the slot machines. I'm talking about it has its own like zip code. Our casinos are huge. They are their own city. It's like a mini city, like the Disney city.
To Vegas, it's like a few casinos together.
Yeah, like I mean, there's restaurants, there is hotels, there's like, oh my gosh, I mean, there's pools and spas, and like you can go shopping, like you could live at the casino here, and never you could like never have to leave. They have their own like security there, like it's its own.
Welcome
like
to Foxwoods.
Yeah, Foxwoods or Mohegan Sun, you know, like they are their own entity. Like I had a friend that was in a car accident on casino property and was hit by one of the security people there, and he couldn't even like he couldn't even like do a proper like lawsuit because it was on tribal land. Like they have their own rules, and they have a gas station at this casino. Like I mean, like they don't have a car dealership there, but like I mean everything else.
The best
like
part was back in the day before
like hotels and
before there was casinos, before they were building them, we used to buy our cigarettes from them off the reservation because it was tax free, and they were like fucking, you know, $10, $12 cheaper a carton or something.
Yeah,
like
now
you would literally take their paycheck and go to the reservation, buy as much fucking marbles as you could, bring them back to fucking work on a Friday, and just clean up, you know, take everybody's fucking money. Like,
yeah, but now
so
it's like it is crazy. Like the casino is like a money pit, man. Like you can go there, you can go to Victoria's Secret and Coach, and they have like Swarovski crystals there, and they have like all the name, like there's a Michael Jordan's, and like there is like
every horrible corporate entity.
Every corporate entity, every, you know, like the casino, like when I went out to when I was out in the West Coast, I mean, this was like, you know, before when I was pregnant with Skyla. She just turned 19, so you know, that many years ago. But when we went out there, we were like, oh yeah, we'll just go to the casino, because we thought the casinos there were gonna be like the casinos here, but like there it was just the gambling. I'm like, well, where's all the restaurants? Where's all, you know what I mean? I didn't realize that like it's not the same. All casinos are not created equal out there compared to here. But I mean, oh, it's crazy expensive too at the casino. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And yeah, you'll get free drinks when you're on the floor.
So ultimately, the idea that you were trying to express is the fact that it's a multinational kind of vibe going on. We have people from Asia and all.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have every background here because of that, and because people come from all over the world to come to our casino. It's really crazy. But like 5 minutes down the road, you can be in like some of the poorest areas. It's really it's nuts. But like we live in an area where, you know, like there's a Buddhist monk that walks through our neighborhood. Like
what?
Yeah,
what?
Yeah. Like is a real Buddhist monk.
Is he chanting? Is he chanting like Kumbaya, I'm bald, my lord? Kumbaya.
Like he's in the whole orange
white robe, and
yeah, he's in the robe and everything. Like, yeah.
Oh, he's scary. One time I came out of my house. This is for real. And there was this is crazy. There was a lady, there's a mental place like where they put like, well, it's not exactly mental, but most of them are. And I call it friendly farms, because they farm these mental stuff. But so yeah, I looked out at the place and I see a woman in the mist dressed like a straight witch, like Nikki Sixx, Stevie Nicks is Nikki Sixx. Stevie Nicks is backup, you know. But
it's Mouse's birthday. Happy birthday, Mouse. God damn it.
Well, it was on the 6th.
John gets it. John gets it. That's the truth of the matter right there, John. That all of us are trying to get what we need, and we'll hurt people to do it. And that's the reality. Not that we are personally doing it, that we personally would do it, but it is nature of the system where we live. that creates them. But someone said a person going on. I think it was Apple still going on. Yeah, you know what? I don't know what you directed. If I thought like maybe you're directing towards the idea of slavery still existed. Slavery still exists, everybody.
Yeah, it never went away. They made it inclusive. They included people.
It's all inclusive now.
They were like, "Oh, we're not going to abolish slavery. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
We're making it inclusive for
we
people."
will abolish it to everybody's idea of racism. We'll just make it seem like it went away, but in fact,
It's
when
an
you go to prison,
illusion.
you're in jail for the state. If you go to work every day, you're in jail with your fucking for your wages. What's the fucking difference? You know, that's the
So-
same. They made
and
it,
that's
so it seemed like it.
In this kind of conversation, people get really uncomfortable. They don't know what to do. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, so wait, you think that, I had somebody on Twitter tell me that people cannot be racist against a white person because they're in a power dynamic and in control. I'm like, what are you talking about?
They're crazy. They're crazy. Of course,
It's like we might not have as much, but we do still get it. We still get it. Anybody can be racist against anybody.
Absolutely.
That is a fact. Like it is
That
not.
is an inherent part of racism. If you decide that you're not the same as someone else and you're intolerant of them, you are racist. So that right there, by definition, you can't not oppose somebody else that you deem your opposite or your fucking.
There's people that are
you're
racist against their
unequal,
own race. That exists. It might not be as common, but it does exist.
I like Mouse's idea. He said we should get a color-coded line to figure out our matterness once and for all.
Yeah,
I know.
That would make things so much easier. You're right.
Well, and I want to know, like, okay, so I'm not against reparations, right? Now,
I am.
What?
You know why? Why I'm against it? I'm gonna
how
tell
do
you
they
something.
decide? How are they going to decide? Because there's Native Americans that supposedly have reservations and have reparations, but they don't have them. They don't. There's people, and unless they're recognized, so who's going to be recognized? Who's going to be left out of those people?
Who's the arbiter of fucking reparations?
They're not. Yeah, but they're not.
The best way that we can have reparations in this country is by people having a thriving wage, by people being able to have freedom of speech, by having actual democracy for everybody. Give everybody the equality that they selectively let certain people have.
It's as if you're
because
saying,
if they're going to talk about reparations, what about the people that were in internment camps, the Japanese that were in internment camps?
What about
they literally rounded up and put them. And a reservation is not. That is not like their land. That means like they're basically like, yeah, we'll give you this. Like this is your token that you get this little bit of plot of land here, and that's not okay. You know what I mean? They shouldn't be confined to only this one part where they don't have clean water and they don't have the necessities that they need because they can't.
Won't somebody?
Okay, like you think would they give up they and just integrate with us and just become Americans instead of separated from us? Like, how are you going to live separated amongst us? You've put a lot of blood in this dirt, indigenous people. This land is your land, if anyone's land, and that blood, right, is in there. And we do have responsibility to try to make a better world. But
for everybody,
not just one select group of people. That's what I think.
Yeah, you got to integrate. If you want what you're talking about, it's integration or nothing. Because, like, have you heard of BNWO? Black New World Order?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that's a whole fucking mess. I'm researching it, and maybe we should do an episode on this.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, because I've been going to forums, I've been watching and checking everything out. It is the most crazy shit, and it's real. And so
that's the problem with most of the things that we discuss on this show. They all sound super far-fetched conspiracy theory stuff, when in fact all of it is basically organized. Everything that we've brought up tonight is an actual entity doing something, changing people's realities. Like that's a real thing that's happening. So
Like
all kidding aside, you know
I
what
want
mean?
to raise
These are
all
fucking
of the
real things.
people up.
Yes.
I want to raise all of the people up so
Me too.
nobody is left behind. Nobody's living in poverty.
Yeah, but the
Where,
one
you
thing,
know, like
the one thing that they don't look. This is why you know that the people asking for reparations are unserious and retarded. Okay, they come right and they don't talk about reconciliation. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
If we were to give you money, property, help, rehabilitating, you know, all those things, not just money. I know reparations, not just money. All the things that encompass that. If we gave it to you, but there was no reconciliation, it would be worthless. And to take such a thing like our entire economy to pay what we owe black people is more than we could give them. And I'm sorry, you are not going to find absolution in this life. It's never going to happen because, you know, when someone murders someone, we can put them in jail and punish them, but they just committed something that can never be changed.
Yeah.
And you have to live.
that person's never coming back.
Yeah, and you have to live with that.
We need to make it better so that
things you cannot
we aren't
change.
repeating the past. We aren't repeating these same things over and over again. No amount of money
So I
is
think
going
some
to
people, yeah,
fix that.
Right.
Like
I think
we want more than that.
Their intentions are really good, and they have their whole heart in trying to get that reparation idea to come to fruition. But I think it's just a flawed concept in the fact that it's such an undertaking, like you're saying, like the size of debt and the wherewithal to handle all of that with everything else that has to occur at the same simultaneously in order to make it work is crazy. It would have to be an incremental thing that happened over time, and I think it should affect everyone below a certain fucking financial threshold. So then you bring the wealth inequality back up to a little fucking better standard for everyone.
Yeah.
Not just one race. Like
if you talk
fucking person.
But because how many people are going to be left out of that? Like, think about it with Native Americans, right? The way that they do that, you have to have so much in your blood.
Yeah.
So
like
how are they going to determine? What about people that don't have records?
The arbiter,
don't you think that would get people upset? Like, that's what they used to do on plantations, okay? They used to pay some of the workers, and yes, they did pay some of the slaves, but it's still slavery, all right, everybody? And they would pay some of the slaves more than the other ones so that they would fight amongst each other. So if you have reparations, they're going to get upset. The Indians are going to say, hey, where's our thing? Look, if you're serious about it, then you're going to tell me we want reconciliation. And you're going to come to me telling me we want white and black people to live together. We want to exchange culture. You shouldn't be telling, a black person shouldn't be telling, don't wear that hairstyle because it's black. Right. Don't do this because it's black. It's not. You're a fucking human being. Everything you do is part of us. And if we want to, and we like your culture, you should see it as good. I want everybody.
It's a flattery. It's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
I want everybody to know Puerto Rican culture. I want everybody to know Puerto Rican culture. I want you to enjoy it. I want you to wear the flag if you want. I don't care. It was 10 years in jail to even have that flag.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't care.
It's a way of honoring it. You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't be reserved.
People should have some.
It should be like honored.
Yes.
You know, like don't dishonor it. Like that. It's you know, like honor it.
I think.
Yeah, I know it's sad.
Things need to be honored, absolutely, and I think each one of these peoples that have been systematically fucked over are entitled to fucking some sort of fucking help. Yeah. The same kind of community thing that I'm talking about that helps people succeed. Each one of these places that have been fucking fucked over and made to suffer more than others and fucking subjugated.
And we need to fix that.
That
we need to
needs
fix that.
To be fucking evened out, and there needs to be reconciliation, and there needs to be some kind of recompense for it as well. But it can't just be like, I'm the arbiter of who's a fucking, who's a Sioux Indian now, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like who's Puerto Rican and who's not. Well, you're Dominican. You were born a Dominican. So, you know, like what the fuck, you know, all of those lines are just arbitrary bullshit. If the people are poor and suffering, help those people to not be poor and suffering.
Yeah, I don't.
It's really
no
simple.
matter what, no matter
simple.
They're from this planet, right? Like they're from this planet.
You're human.
Well, we don't know
We are
that.
going to raise everybody.
Arguably. I mean, we're gonna have to wait for the test to come back. But
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
a
we
whole
don't
other
know
thing,
that.
but-
That's the other thing is how are we all humans? We're not. Like Chinese people and white people share Neanderthal. Well, not Neanderthal for the Chinese. That's the Lizavan. That's another type of hominid, right?
We can all agree that the race we currently have sprang from other types of humanid.
Yeah,
Humanoid
that's
and
why
hominid.
everybody looks so fucking weird.
That's why everybody looks so weird. That's why everybody's so different, because it's all different, but it's all the same,
Right.
basically.
And like it's
all
weird
basically
because
the same.
genetically, right?
Genetically, you're not very
We
different
can look very different from somebody,
at all.
right?
What?
But we're like we
Like point something percent.
like we're like a 1%. Like you can that we did a stream on racism and race with Applejack, and we talked about this, and we like there's very smart people that say we all actually come from Africa. Our lineage is all from there. It's just how we evolved as humans over time to adapt to where we were.
Yeah, I kind of like. I don't really believe the African thing, but I tell you the truth. If that's what science says, it doesn't sound bad to me. If that would make you understand that it's ridiculous to think other than these are human beings, how come I can't hang out with you know? The truth is that.
Like I want to be around people of all different cultures and learn about all the different cultures and like honor that. Like that's amazing to me. I love learning that stuff.
Yeah, no one says integration. No one says reconciliation. I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm not even gonna fucking. It's just you're ridiculously laughable and you're hurting your own people. If you want to look at it like that, you're making it worse. The white people that are here, by the way, they don't deserve to be treated as though they did the crime. And the way, and tell you the truth, in Black Lives Matter, the way they treat white people is absolutely absurd. Know your place. Sit down. Don't talk about it. Let me tell you something. If you exist, right, and I see your society and I can study it, guess what? I probably already studied it. And you can't do anything about that. And you don't have control over that. It's not yours. You don't own it. You don't own anything. You might have did something beautiful that helped us as human species grow culturally. And look at blues. I mean, I'm a blues player. I've been playing metal and all types of music for years. But the fact is, I am a blues player. Everything I played was blues. And it came from the same pain in your stomach from life. And that is Black people. I mean, Robert Johnson influenced me incredibly. Black man. And I never looked at it as a kid, oh, this is a Black guy influencing me. It was just the greatest artist that ever played a guitar influencing me. And that's how we got to look at it. Why can't now they got it to where we're thinking about race on everything, you know, and
everything becomes about it. And there is systemic racism. There absolutely is.
Yes.
And we're not denying that. We're not denying that Black people are murdered by the cops at a higher and more alarming rate, or that they're locked up at a higher and more alarming rate. We're not denying that exists at all. So I don't want that to be conflated. You know what I mean? Like don't confuse those things, because we're not in denial as to what happens. We're saying though that there is a different path forward from that.
Integration. Integration.
It's a great way to put that. Like I never thought about it in that way. Like I've always thought about it and like long and hard, and like, you know, like what we were saying, we live in a neighborhood where, you know, like my one neighbor on one side is Hispanic and my other neighbor is Native American. You know what I mean? Like, and then I have like we have in our neighborhood, we have probably like every kind of walk of life. And my daughter grew up in this environment. Like, she didn't call her friends Spanish or you're Asian or you're black or you're this. Like, she didn't base them on that.
Right.
She would call them things like mocha or chocolate or because she didn't grow up knowing those. Like, it wasn't about the racial divide for me. You know what I mean? Like, she was like, okay,
Mocha.
they're yummy food. I mean,
Yeah.
they're the best things in life are my friends, like, so she grew up when, and I think it's absolutely the most amazing thing. And I remember like my ex-husband, when we were, before we got,
is he the bad guy? Is he a bad guy? Is he a bad guy? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Is your ex a bad guy?
Bad guy?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say bad.
Then I was
that's a loaded. But he used to say to me like, "Oh, well, you're gonna, if you leave me, where are you gonna go? What are you gonna do? What kind of neighborhood are you gonna what is she gonna grow up in?" Well, guess what? It might not be like this some rich high end neighborhood. No, but I live in diversity, and it's fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
That my daughter was able to grow up in diversity. Even if we grew up, she grew up poor. She didn't realize that she was like poor, because we grew up in something that was so much. It was rich in a different way. It was rich in like when she wanted to learn how to make flan. Like, we had a neighbor next door. They've since moved down to Florida, actually, but like they taught her how to make it like authentically, like she was taught how to make it. Yeah, she was like in like she was like in like 6th grade or something, and like Steve's like, wait a minute. But like, that's the thing, is that like she grew up in a rich neighborhood because it was rich in diversity, and I think that that's so much more than I could give her living in like, some hoity-toity freaking white neighborhood or some shit, like.
Integration is heaven. Integration is the fulfillment of leftism, a true leftism. That is the fulfillment of it. And without it being said, these people are actually just committing kids to violence, and these kids are being targeted, their lives being destroyed. And the way they treat allies, you see how they talk about their allies? I seen one where they said, our allies. And this isn't most black people, by the way. These are just these groups. Because I hang out with regular folk. You can say they're black or they're just regular folk. But they don't think about that shit. They got businesses, and let me tell you something, they're smart and capable people that have businesses, more than one business. And he doesn't look rich. His house isn't the richest in the neighborhood, but he's got plenty of business, a lot of work, and fulfillment. He's not thinking that white people. Number one, you shouldn't want to be an ally. Okay, you want to be a partner. An ally is in war. Okay, and you can't have a war setting for a situation of bringing people into governance. Because that in war, you're supposed to follow the leader. That's it. No, this has got to be. You have to come to me with something that would improve my life. And the way black people could, or whoever wants to get reparations could do that, is call for universal reparations and reconciliation, and call for mass integration. And there you go, people. It isn't that hard. You don't have to hate. You don't have to bother with all that stuff. You can let all that go. These white people here, they couldn't oppress you if they wanted to, because they don't know how to, really. And they love you so much that they're over there pretending they're allies, and you don't give a shit about what they're doing and fucking mistreat them. and it's sad and ridiculous.
I've been cast out of some like of these leftist, spheres, where they're extremely racist.
Yeah,
And they, because they might be a person of color. I mean, that's the way that I don't know how else to say that, because that's the politically correct term that is used, and it's a really weird thing to say to me, like for me to say like person of color, because it feels like I'm segregating them as to being somebody like different, like, you know what I mean? And I don't like it. I don't like that. I don't want to. I don't feel that way. I feel like, like we all should be in this together, and we're in a class war. We're not in. You know what I mean? Like no, when you can't. Like they divide people up in jail based upon their races, and it's like, and then then people come out, and it's like it's just more and more and more of the same. And it's like, we have to break this cycle. We have to break the cycles that aren't working for us. We have to break the language barrier of using these oppressor terms and this terminology that perpetuates the same thing. Like,
it's not effective. You're making more enemies. I see these white kids. Let me tell you something. I go everywhere because I'm researching. I go to those racist groups that I go to, and I see what they're talking about. I don't go there and condemn them. It wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't learn. I have to sit there and listen to what they're doing and actually listen to what their complaints are. And they complain about things that are what humans want. They want a family. They want things, just simple things. But their problem is that they're backlashing from programming. They've been told they're oppressors, they're terrible. Every film, the white person's dumb, and the black person with the black woman, very often plump, it has all the wisdom in the movie and helps the white person do shit. Girl, you haven't done that, girl, and and fucking shit like that. Girl, let me tell you, you should have mass sex with 7 people, and that's some kind of wisdom and shit. And that's what they're portraying that race as, like, they're wise. They're like some fucking. That's how they did the Chinese. You know that.
That's what they always do. They smear everybody. That's the first defense. Right.
And
I agree. I agree with like Applejack's. Like, it isn't just reparations isn't just like a thought out thing that occurred to somebody. It's somebody thought it out, and there's people behind this idea. And I don't disagree with all of those ideas. There's like minutia that I'm like, well, if you're going to do that, then it has to be for all the people. It can't just be for this certain group of people that you select, and who gets selected. And there's a lot of other questions that go along with it, as far as who the hell is
going to be excluded? How many? So say we do reparations just for one race, like say we do reparations for black people. What about the black people that are going to be left out in that?
Yeah, how black are you?
How black are you now? You like that one? You want to deal with that?
Are we going to have to go get blood tests done and prove that we have that our lineage is that? Like, how do we prove?
That's why they're not serious. That's why they're not serious. If they're calling for reparations right now, they're not serious, because we can't even start on reparations until we have reconciliation. You have to have truth.
How do we prove it? Like, how do you prove it? Because right now, the Native Americans, if you don't have a certain percentage, who else do we gauge like that?
That's what I mean. They're not.
Who do we gauge like that?
We're talking about people. We're talking about human beings.
We do that with animals.
Yes, we're not talking about.
We do that with dog breeds.
Yeah,
we have purebreds and we have mixed breeds. So, like, how much does somebody have to make them?
That's my issue with the
and
idea.
I always wonder if like the racist ass people, the people that are so racist, like, have they done their lineage? Because I bet you their DNA probably has.
And I don't trust the fucking DNA bullshit
all the black people that are here in America have white in them. All black people that were here came from two or three farms, and one of them's in Virginia. Most black people can trace their lineage to Virginia. Okay, you're white. you might not think you are. Black people are
Taking
fucking
all
white.
kind of friends tonight, Jason.
Yeah. Because now, are we going to talk about percentages now? How much percentage of white does European does this black guy in front of me have? He might have more European than I have.
Yeah, but
we don't know. That's the
We
thing.
don't-
If you're
So
European,
it's ridiculous
And
to
then
base.
these companies that do it are collecting our DNA and our data. So it's like, what are you going to submit to be able to get these reparations if that is the case? I'm like, I am honestly like, I'm worried that they're going to use this to gain
poison
data
pill.
on people.
Yeah, poison pill. It's a
just like
poison
more
pill. You're
collection
being.
data. Yeah, to me, it's like even if okay, so
I don't want people to have to go through that. And
you
what about the
literally have
people that are really poor? And what if they're poor and they're black and they're like, I know I have a slave ancestry, but now I can't get it because I have to submit my DNA to this company. And what if I don't have enough? What if I'm a percentage off? Because I know people that are native to Hawaii that are, you know what I mean? They are Samoan and they can't even live there because they don't have enough of the percentage in their blood. So how much is enough? You know what I mean? Like
yeah, those
Is that free?
issues
Is that
are the
free?
issues that I have.
I mean, like people say, I'm going to tell you something right now. Puerto Rico is not America, and Puerto Ricans are that's you're not American unless you're born over here. You are Puerto Rican, and you should have your own nation, and you're still
and
being
Hawaii shouldn't even be part of the United States either.
No, and they should be they should listen. They should be serious and go and totally get out of it. Whatever pain it causes you, because this is what a lot of Puerto Ricans say. Well, America will just wipe us out. Well, my friend, they're already wiping you out. They got listen. They got you. They're starting that weird shit, through media, trying to, celebrate something that's, personally sexual, and they're pushing that agenda on the guys. And you heard about the things about what they said. I've heard this directly. That Hispanic language itself needs to change. This is what white colonizers pretending as they're Jesus Christ saving all black people. I'm saving all the black people. You're not.
Okay, so Applejack has a good point here, though. So the natives have the casinos, but what did the black people get? They didn't get anything.
Nothing. No, but you know what? Like,
but that not all of them have casinos either. It's only a select amount of them.
Right,
like,
and they don't.
It's really fucked up the way that the whole system has worked the whole time. Like, to compare, one with the other. Not all natives get that, and not all native tribes are recognized. And there's tribes that are completely wiped out. Yeah. It's just it's really, really fucked up. Like all of it that's happened, and nobody has the conversation about it.
It's really crazy to think of like a really prosperous time when rich people around this country ran around and literally bombed small towns.
Like Black Wall Street.
Successful fucking
they had
black
families
and black towns across the country in a concerted effort at the same time as there was mining strikes going on. Like they systematically fucked everybody. So yes, I agree. People fucking deserve something.
Yeah, but it's just a matter of I don't want anyone to be excluded.
They did it to all.
It's got to be universal reparations or nothing. You're never gonna get it
on it.
You're never gonna get it because how.
To me, it's like it's preposterous on its face. Just the idea of I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, but you only have 100 and. Is only 100%, and you're only 0.75%, Afro-American, and I can't, we can't.
What if you aren't enough? I don't want people to be excluded. That's the thing.
To be included, I want everybody who's fucking suffering to get a come up. That's what I want, and I want black people to be the top of that fucking pile for the fucking bullshit they went through. I don't want anybody to be left behind.
I don't want them on the top.
I don't care. I don't care. I want
them with me.
People in order that got fucked over in order to be in that fucking line getting theirs. That's what I
Yeah,
want.
that's true. That's true. I this is like what I'm trying to do now is present something to the left that 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 changes the way that it's dead, people. The left is dead. Okay, all the content creators you fucking love are beating a dead horse, and eventually the left has to evolve. And you have groups like Infrared, and you have all these things, and people are ignoring these groups, and they don't see what's actually happening in the dialogue, and how these people argue from a very intellectual place. You go on their Discord, these people are coming up with shit. How do you know all this shit, you know? And they know all these things, you know, and instead of understanding, okay, this might be viable, it's not about right or left anymore. There is no right or left.
Of course not.
We are also enslaved. The plantation grew, and we're all on it. And it's
exactly what I'm-
multicultural supremacy, because you have Spanish people in positions of power, like white like me, and they're racist as shit. You heard
Yeah.
you heard that one audio of I forgot what state that was.
Oh,
but
and
they had-
it was LA. It was the LA City Council, I think, that you're probably talking about, right?
Yeah.
Because I covered that, and I
breaking
was
the
like,
flow.
holy shit.
Yeah.
It blew my mind how they were speaking about people, and they
Yeah.
were speaking about it was Hispanic speaking about the black people within their own, like,
Yeah.
you know, people that they worked with, like that they were close to.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I was disgusted. It flips my stomach. Like I don't think about people in that way. I just
Yeah.
don't. I never have. I wasn't raised to think about people in that way. I wasn't raised to divide people based on their race. Like it.
That's also the problem, is the fact that most of the people who talk and think those ways were taught to think and talk in those ways.
We're not born
it was
racist.
That it was okay.
We're
to
not
do that
born
because
that way.
that was supported by their family and by their you know, their fucking people that taught them, their teachers and the people, you know, their peers. All of that whole thing is like, that's like bred into you. That's not just a thing that people fucking feel, you know. It's like you get called this name, you know, it's just, it's arbitrary. You know what I mean? It's just the way that fucking people exist together. You know?
White people today, okay, are just they're scared of black people.
Yeah, they've been. Well, what do you expect?
Yeah.
2 decades in a row, right?
They've always been scared of black people. They've always. I had to fight for the white kids in my school because they wouldn't defend themselves from the black kids. The black kids, there used to be a thing called Cracker Day, where if you were found in the halls, all right, and you were white, they just jaw you. It's called jawing you because they hit you directly in your jaw. Right. All right. So there is racism, and you got white people who went through that shit, right? And you don't think they're upset? You don't think that they're gonna have?
It depends on where you're from and how you grew up.
It does.
Right.
It depends on how you grew up, who taught you,
your family,
what your fucking influences are. All of those things, how much you rebel from your influences or from your parents, or from your grandparents,
how much mainstream media and TV you digested, because a lot of that too, like, you know, it's integrated into TV.
That's what I was.
It's integrated into, like, you know, like, you know, like back in the day when there was like a Sears or a JCPenney catalog, you know what I mean? Like there was more white or Caucasian people that were propped up. Like it is systemic. It has been going on for so long, so that we have to figure out how to break these cycles. We have to, but it can't. But I think like, and now it's being like tokenized. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, this is the first blah, blah, blah person of this, or a person of that, or the first trans person, or the first gay, like blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, we need to base things on people's skills.
Yes. Yes.
Not their gender,
not
and
their gender or their race, or how you can tokenize somebody. Like that doesn't make me feel better about somebody. That doesn't make you less racist because you have somebody of, you know, of a certain race or a certain gender in a position. That doesn't make it better.
Yeah.
Because that's just fake.
It's
not real. It's not an authentic. Like, yeah, we have an authentic. We found. If it was because the person was more qualified than other people, then absolutely, that matters. But not because of their, what I mean, because of their gender or their race, or because they're trans, or whatever the ideology is that people use, and they hide behind it.
There's a reason that white kids, when you were in school, were a bunch of fucking pussies and scared of black kids, was because every single night on the news for 25 years, a black man with a pistol, a black man did this, and a black man did that, and a black constantly.
Meanwhile, who's going into the schools and shooting them up?
It's why, unironically, right?
Hispanic kids.
Give me a fucking break.
It's Cruz. What was the last one's last name? It was Cruz. You got Hispanics. In Spain right now, that it's not white supremacy anymore. Get rid of that. It's multicultural supremacy. Yeah. Nazism in Spain is huge. It's getting bigger because they're tired of the shit. And it's like, look, it's evil to be a Nazi. Evil, disgusting. It's the very thing that made me create what I believe is human rights and what I would defend. That was one of the reasons. Hitler was one of the reasons that it said, okay, this is where the fucking line is absolutely destroyed. This is where you have to defend from ever happening again. Right,
right
there.
And
real quick, Apple's saying a lot of stuff here, and about 90-something% of that shit is true. The other thing is,
and we're not saying that it's not that the things that you are experiencing, that you experience in the hood, haven't happened, or that you don't deserve it. It's just that it's the way that they're going to use this to divide us. Yeah. And the way that they're gonna, you know what I mean? Like the reparations should be the lowest, the schools that aren't thriving. That's where the money goes, no matter who is there.
Yes. I mean, it's simple. Like, really, you put the money where the
and if it is primarily bleeding, the black neighborhoods, then absolutely, like, you know what I mean, and that will help, and that will bring them up, you know what I mean, because it shouldn't, like, school funding shouldn't be based on your property taxes, and the whole system. Like, we need a whole new system, and we need to have a whole new conversation.
Leave them alone. We should leave them alone.
As hell.
Honestly, black people are what it looks like to me as a person who's studying like this. Just honestly, it looks like a traumatized people freaking the fuck out and going every which way, and they're following the same stupidity that the white people fall in. This idea of supremacy, the black man, all this stuff. Look, you're a human, and you're part of us. There's nothing different from you. What, your color? You fucking kidding me? It's like, I think we should abandon all of it and say, something, we can work together for something better. And it's got to be white people and black people coming together. Integration is the only way. We need
to rise up against our oppressors as people. As people, and then we can figure everything else out. Yeah, like, exactly. Absolutely. I want people to come up. I want, know what I mean? Like, I want everybody. I want reparations for anybody who has been oppressed in any way.
I think that whole idea is fucking kick ass. And the whole problem, the systemic issue of it is that for you know what I mean, for hundreds of years now, these things have been put in place, and they've, you know what I mean, they've marginalized people along the way, and that's what they've done. And they've demonized a whole fucking color of people, right? Well, they've demonized the color of fucking people, both brown and black, and of constantly shitting on fucking yellow people. Chinese people are fucking the demons, right? Russian people almost as bad.
Yeah, but what Apple says here, what Apple's saying here in this comment, I have to talk to, because he's talking. Actually, there's truth here. Okay, so let me read it. Reparations doesn't mean just black, and reconciliation means to accept, and that's bullshit. Actually, what reconciliation? You go look at Reconciliation and Truth that Mandela created in Africa. Was it perfect? No, it's never going to be perfect. Give up on that. But it was incredibly touching because it actually got to specifics, and the details of the actual families actually gave reparations money directly to the African people that they were. So reconciliation, yes. By the way, if you want to live in this world together and you want the human race to survive, you're going to have to accept the past. I know it sounds terrible. I know that. I know it sounds like, oh, well, but you got to. There's no other way. You can't teach white people how bad they are. It's not going to help you. And you guys have to integrate, because your DNA, having relations only with your supposed race, right? It's going to cause DNA problems. We're different for reasons. And
yep.
And I mean, I know that's a little far-fetched, maybe. But
if you look at it, like when you look at, not to compare us humans, you know what I mean, but like to other animals, but we are all animals, right? In the sense of that, right? We're all mammals. So if we inbreed too much, what happens?
Yeah, you look like the fucking English. You look just like the English people with the fucking teeth and the weird faces.
Yeah.
We start to have birth defects.
Yeah,
we start to have like issues with things. Yeah. So obviously, like
the diversity is a good thing in nature.
It's a good thing for us to have. I think it's it's a good thing to have different lineage and backgrounds integrating together. Absolutely. Like you want that, because otherwise that would breed issues. That would literally breed issues. So I get what you're saying there.
Yeah. They're following the same path.
He doesn't want, he's saying like we can't just be like, cast to the side and be like, yeah, it happened, so like let's just move on and we're gonna all just like be peaceful together.
No, it's gonna take work, and it's gonna take the races going to themselves and resolving it with themselves. You are not gonna find a resolution from white people, even if you tortured them. It will not change what they did to you, because you cannot get them back. Once those sins are committed, they can't be reversed. And it doesn't matter what you do to these white people now. It will get you nothing but a hellish existence where you're angry as fuck and you're committing the same type of racism. And you're falling in the trap of white supremacy, but it's not white anymore. Though the races are fighting for the top. The fact is that we could talk all peaceful and great. No, everybody is fighting for the top. All the races want to be in control. And there's one group that's in control right now. We all know what Kanye's favorite people are. But listen, but
we shouldn't be talking about this because we don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I love you guys, but I'm not with this. I
don't know. I think talking about it is key. If we're missing a point, then you should come on and talk to us and tell us.
Yeah, man.
You want to come on and talk with us? Like, I'm behind in this chat too, so
I'm
I was trying to look at the chat, but I can't do that because I keep on looking down, and I want you to know I'm listening. But no, man, don't give up on it. There's discussion to be had. This is not the end of it.
Yeah, and
but
we are not all going to agree anyway. From where we're coming at it from the start, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about it. We absolutely should. Yeah. Anything that people don't understand fully, because I don't understand. I can't see my way around it. Tell me.
Yeah.
Tell me what I'm missing. That's all.
Yeah.
No one has control.
That somebody be angry about it or think I'm some pretentious dude.
Yeah, we're not trying to say that people don't deserve like something and that they don't deserve to come up, but I just want it to be fair for everybody. I don't want anybody to be left out. I don't want any black person to be left out. I don't want any, person of any race to be left out of something. I don't want to be superior to anybody. I want people to be equal. I want people to be able to come up together, because it's the oppressing class that we are up against. It's not each other.
Actually, Apple should come on. Listen, this is the issue. I'm just telling this. Not all this is my direct opinion. Like this, I'm telling you what the flat world is. Okay, not the world where you think everybody's good intent. And everybody, no, I'm talking about the real dog world where someone would step on your head to get $1. That's the world we live in. All right. And the reality is you're not going to get anything out of white people. You won't be able to get your reparations because it's not universal. But he said in his thing that it doesn't just include black people.
I wish I could give. I wish I had it to give everybody. I wish that I could. I wish
you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. You shouldn't have to. What you should give because you care.
We ultimately, though, collectively, we want everybody to come up to a level.
We're guilty. We feel guilt. We do.
Thing, we not even out of guilt, just out of the fucking necessity and the overall morality of it. It's fucking makes sense for everybody to come up.
Right.
I want to have everybody be able to thrive, and I want the people that have used people and oppressed people and harmed people, I don't want them to thrive.
Yeah.
Those are the people I don't want to thrive. I want them to come down, and I want the people that have been oppressed to come up. Everybody.
I think honestly, this is what I'm trying to do with RBN. I'm trying to get them to come and fucking argue their point. And I will destroy your point, but I want you to face it. You should face it. It's not necessarily my point of view, dude. If you want my point of view, I want a fucking utopia communist world where everybody's treated great. Okay, well, you know what that means? That means shit. My fucking wants and needs are garbage. But what's the reality of the world? You want to hammer out a deal because I cannot be your ally, by the way. I'm not in the military with you, and I never follow people. I can be your partner, and what a partner requires is that you tell me you want reparations. How does that functionally work for everyone? Because literally we have contracts with black people, Hispanic people, and Indian people, and others even. Chinese built the railroads, so on and so forth. We have all these things that we passed that is owed, is literally legally owed. So all that's a fact. That has to be prepared, and the way you do that is universal reparations. There's no other way. You're not going to be able to get it's just not going to happen. I
want these neighborhoods that these kids haven't had the same opportunity as other places. I want them to have better. I want that for, I don't care like what the background, the racial background of the people are. If they've been oppressed, I want them to come up. All of them.
Yeah, it's the simple fact of it all is like we all agree that everybody deserves to fucking come up, and whether that means
and what about people that are mixed races? Nobody's a pure race anymore.
I'm mixed.
The idea that you could be anything but mixed is preposterous.
Ridiculous.
Okay? That's it. That's just the fact.
I don't know anybody that's purely
human.
One race.
We all agree on that. We are humanoids.
Yeah.
We are humanoid fucking mammal beings. And some of our skin is darker than others. Some of our noses are bigger. Some of our foreheads are wider. It's just like, that's what the fuck it is. It's called the natural diversity and selection. It's very, very simple. It works in nature across the board. So if one specific group of colored people were the same color, that's because they're from the same area probably. And okay, so
Whatever.
it seems so heinous and on its face that
I'm like super far behind us. I don't even know where.
that were responsible for fucking stealing, stealing families away from each other and shit in the Congo and other places in Africa, and taking them, thousands and thousands of miles on these journeys, and bunches of them dying, and all these horrible fucking things that they did in the name of capitalism, in the name of making this thing,
Supremacy.
Unum, you know what I'm saying? That's the fucking evil. That's the bullshit. That's the thing that you cannot fucking recompense that, and you cannot come to terms with that, because that's why the money is the way that it is. You know what I mean? So it can just be held over people, and the classes are kept safe by the division of the colors of people's skin. It's like you get them to fight, get people to fight amongst themselves and blame each other for things that happened.
Well, John said here, like, not everyone wants to be integrated, though.
Yeah, that's such a great point.
Too.
That's such a great point, because, but you gotta understand.
Because there's people from every race and every background that don't want to be integrated with other people. They don't. They want to live in their all white neighborhood, or they're all black, or they're all Hispanic. Like, there are people that feel that way.
Absolutely. Yeah, so but if you have, how do we
tackle that? You know what I mean? Like, in a melting pot of a country, how do we tackle that?
Easily. We have the power to control what properties, who's what, where's what. We need a land reform, and we need to equalize what the races are amongst each other. I know it might be like, oh, you have a racial quota. You do. We're trying to integrate. If you don't want to integrate, you won't. Okay, there's going to be people always. In any system I propose, there's going to be some form of corruption at some point.
And that's the way systems work.
Yeah.
You're going to marginalize somebody no matter how you do it.
My friend was telling me about, her reservation, and she was like, there's a whole lot of corruption and all of that, even among, like, the Native American tribes. There's all kinds of corruption, and there's a whole
the mafia owns them. By the way, the Native people don't have it. Okay, let me tell you the truth. The mafia owns those casinos. In Florida, they do. Speculation, but ask any Floridian. The Native American people aren't getting shit from their own people. They've been betrayed. And same thing with the black intellectual class. They've betrayed you because they're teaching you ideology of what white supremacy is. And they're just changing the color. And the thing is, he's right. And what was the other? He said another statement, Apple. Can you find the last one you put up? Is that possible? You said something that was very important to address, I thought. And this is one to address too here, but
the last
one you put up.
The last one I put up, or that he said?
The last one that you put up, he said.
I don't know which one it was. He's said a bunch. Apple, or maybe this one.
Okay, don't attack white people. You'll recognize it. Okay, yeah, all right, that's the one. All right, so did I say stupid or idiotic, though? I don't think I did.
Yeah, you said idiotic or half retarded or something.
Oh, yeah. Well, it is retarded to think that you're going to be able to create a situation, have a population agree with it, that one group gets reparations and the others are dying in poverty. That's not going to functionally work. I don't think you understand the way real people live and what they'll do to their families. You don't get that.
I think you have to. We're behind in the chat, so I'm not really.
Yeah, so it's not current.
It's hard to know like what we were saying at what point. Applejack, I did send you the StreamYard link if you want to join. If you want to talk about it.
He's dropping some fire comments that should be addressed. But he's saying that it's not all about black people. Well, brother, listen. I worked with the Huru movement. I did all that stuff deep, dude. And I can tell you right now,
you gotta know Applejack too, where he's coming from.
yeah, he's coming
I
from his
think that
experience.
everybody has just different lived
Coming
experience.
straight from the streets. in
And
New York,
yeah,
absolutely.
and yeah, like he has a completely different lived experience. We all do, and
That's
that's
why
the
I
thing
think
is that
it's-
we're a melting pot.
That's the thing.
And
But me and Applejack are closer than he might know because I grew up around gangs. I'm not going to say that I was in a gang, but I used to beat in a lot of people. Okay, and that you know, I did all those things. I had guns, head in my head, people trying to kill me. All types of shit happened. Okay, in my life. You know, and so I've been there. I was Hispanic with black people. I saw it. We wouldn't call the cops. Why would I ever call the cops? Because why Hispanics know if you call the cops and the black people that are involved in it are gonna fucking be beaten. You know, it's not gonna be good. Even if you hate them, you don't even call the cops. There's a code that used to exist between Hispanic people and black people. And I feel like you have a generation who look at Spanish people and don't consider that as a code. They say, "Oh, they're this or that." It's much more complicated than you want it to be. And I don't think we're focusing on the truth of the matter. I think we're focusing on what we want for the world. And I want a lot of things. You know what I would love? I would love to go somewhere where every culture I can feel it, I can experience it, and it influences me and makes me better as a human being because I'm learning about who I am. Because you are.
I want to know how we figure out who gets reparations and all of that. Like, I'm really curious. I'm not like
you could do
I'm
it.
not against reparations. I'm against people. I'm against like people being excluded from them that deserve them.
Right.
That's what I'm against.
I've argued with the independent news group. What do they call it? Independent news or some shit. The guy with the lisp. But anyway,
Indie news.
Yeah, indie news. Yeah, I like the lisp. Okay, don't get upset at me. The lisp is cute, bro. But I'm just saying that the thing is that we talked about it and we came up with a reasonable solution he agreed upon, and that's universal reparations. He's not calling. If that is what they want, they need to express that because nobody believes that. Nobody knows that in real life.
Yeah, I think we need more clarification as to. I don't want. That's the thing is that I don't want anybody to be excluded. I'm not expecting reparations for myself or anything like that. Like, I'm not fighting for reparations for myself, but I want everybody to be able to be included in it, and I don't want to see people excluded because I've seen what has happened to the Native American people, and I've seen what, you know what I mean, what happens like where they get just this selective amount of land. Like, it, you know, remember that people were supposed to get a piece of land. That was part of like ending slavery, is that they were supposed to get land and they were supposed to get, you know, mules, and it's not fair that they didn't.
Yeah.
And so much time has passed. Like, how do we fix that?
Land reform. But that land back shit, that's some fucking operation. Okay, bullshit. No, there's not gonna be no land back, buddy. We got it. Come for it. Try to get it from us. And I don't think it's gonna work, buddy. So just give up on that one. But what we could do is a land reform. I know that people are like, oh, it would suck that there'd be quotas. Well, what do you want, man? You want all this freedom and communism, but you don't want to do the work. You just want to fucking say it, but you don't want to actually have to fucking give anything for this future. People are gonna have to give up things that if they want something. You're not just gonna.
What are they gonna have to give up? I don't know what you're exactly saying.
What I'm saying is that in life, sometimes you don't get everything you want, and there's gonna be things that you have to say, I know I'm not gonna get that, but I can get this. So there has to be decisions that are made that are reasonable.
Yeah, well, there's always compromise in any kind of.
Absolutely, but the guy, the indie guy, he agreed with the, and that's probably what Apple was talking about, because a lot of them say
Well, he's
that
really upset with us, and I'm not trying to upset him. I'm not talking about just this being reparations about just black people. I'm not talking about that. So
yeah, no.
I don't
I
know.
know. Yeah, I know what they believe. I know what they're saying. I know what they say it's universal. Everybody get it, right? I'm telling them that yes, I know that. I agree with a lot of what you're saying personally, but the fact of the matter is that no one else
I don't
knows
want
it.
him to use it to divide us further or
Yeah,
to exclude people that do deserve it.
right. But don't get mad.
Like,
Talk about
how
it.
are people going to determine who gets what?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
we could do it.
How
We
much
could do that.
are they going to do it? Like,
We could do something like that. We could do that. We could just specifically give only one group everything. We could do that. We could make a system like that. But that system, the people will revolt against it. The people will be upset that one group is getting money. They don't care about the past. These are people with families. They're not thinking about oppression. They're thinking about survival. You're not taking in count people and
I
their
don't
nation.
want them to boil it down to like you having to get a DNA test to somehow prove that you have a certain percentage in your blood and that entitles you, and what about the people that have lost people because we have racist cops shooting and killing people at alarming rates? Like, what about all the people that have already been taken out by this racist system that we have? Like I just don't want to see more people harmed in it, and I don't want to see a civil war because people are going to be upset that someone is getting up and they're not. And it's a really
That's going to
divisive
happen.
topic, and it's blamed that way. And I'm not trying to make it be divisive, and I'm not trying to say that somebody doesn't deserve something. I just want to make sure that people that do deserve it get it. And
Right.
how do we figure that out though? How do we figure out who gets it? Like,
yeah, the thing is that me and you agree with reparations, even in the system, even if they just gave it to them directly, we would be okay with it, right? Because I feel like we'd understand it, right? We understand the plight.
Absolutely, I would understand and support reparations. Yes,
right. But
I also don't support reparations where people are being excluded.
Right, universal reparations, and if that's what you guys believe that are supporting reparations, if that's what you believe, you need to express that, because you tell anybody reparations, they think black people, they don't think universal. Your messaging sucks. You're terrible at messaging. And,
so you're saying that you don't like how they're expressing all of the details of what it is.
You're not telling the details. There's no partnership here. There's not a legitimate, hey, white people, this is how we're going to divide. We're all going to have power here, everybody. White, anybody that lives in America that's American, it can be there and represent whatever they want. I would hope they just represent the human race. But nonetheless, and
then there's people that have that have come from other places at different times. So how does that work?
Yeah, you can't. And
I'm asking these questions because I really don't have the answers to this.
Of course not.
I don't have the answers, and I don't claim to have them because I don't know how to make it fair so that people aren't excluded and you know what I mean? Like, I don't want people to come up on top of other people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want that either. And I don't know that any of this will even ever be able to happen in our lifetime. I don't know. I honestly don't. Like, the way that everything is fueled and the divide happens constantly, like, I don't know what it's like. I don't know what it's like to be a person of a darker skin tone. I don't know.
You'll never know. You'll never know.
I can't claim to ever know that.
So it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant as a structured thought. It's not conducive of anything. It leads you nowhere to think in that structure. So it's like that's the problem.
All I know is that I don't feel that way towards people, you know, and
No.
I don't quite, you know what I mean? I don't understand how people feel that way towards another person based upon, you know what I mean, their race, because I don't feel that way. I don't understand how people can be like that towards another human, because I just see people and I see them of all different races and ethnicities or backgrounds, whatever. And I find the beauty in everybody. And that's, you know, like that's the place that I'm at. And like Little was bringing up, you know, like in Rainbow, you know, like the hippies in the woods, you know what I mean? Like
Rainbow Gathering. I went to it,
yeah, Rainbow family. Yeah. So like
I'm part of the Rainbow family.
Whatever your background is, we're just all people, and everybody eats and everybody gets what they need, and you work together, and that's where I come from. Yeah. You know,
it's beautiful. That's where I come from too. We would go to the Ocala National. I went with the family. The gathering is beautiful. I mean, there's it's a ring. You know, you got A camp, the alcoholic camp, and anyway. But once you get into the fucking good rings, okay, everything is beautiful. It really is. Humanity could live live
that way. Yeah, we could live where everybody eats and everybody gets shelter and everybody is housed and everybody gets clothed, and nobody is of more importance than anybody else. Yeah. But how do we get there is the part that people argue with, and they don't like, and they don't know how to express how we're supposed to get there, because there are people that have been absolutely repressed and treated like absolutely less than other people. And I know that there is a amount of privilege that comes with being of lighter skin. Absolutely. It is absolutely a thing. I know that happens. I don't look, but the truth is, here. Okay, we know because we intellectualize it and we look at it through this lens, right? And we know that, right? But the regular person is not thinking that way. You know, oh man, I lost my train of thought. What the fuck, dude? What did you just say? I'm so sorry. That I was saying that I know that, you know, I mean, there is privilege with being a lighter skin tone.
Right. But the regular poor white person that gets his ass beat, hooked on meth, lost his family, living in a trailer, guess what? They don't feel any privilege. Nope. And most white people are living in poverty. All right?
I'm fucking poor as fuck. Yeah. I don't.
we got GoFundMes. We got everything. These are not the people that feel privileged. They're not gonna. No,
I'm not I'm not privileged in that way. But some will say that I'm privileged because I have lighter skin tone, and I understand that does exist. It does exist among people that are racist.
But did it exist in your life?
Among people that are racist and that do look in that lens and do see in that way, they do see me as being privileged because I am a lighter skin tone. Because that is more acceptable in society that is a racist society. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not. It's perspective. Yeah. And that matters. And that absolutely matters. And I understand that happens. And I can't change other people's, you know, like their inherent bullshit. Like I can't force them to look at me the same as somebody else. I don't know what. Oh my gosh. You know, I do feel like
it's a complicated thing, and when white people have to deal with what I'm talking about here, they're stepping all over themselves trying to cover their bases to explain, hey, I wasn't raised like those people in the 1960s. We were raised to believe that this was post-racist, that we're supposed to integrate.
That racism was like that slavery had ended.
Yeah.
That was what I mean.
What does the comic book say? Martin Luther King ended racism in 1965 or 1963, right? So that's no, Kennedy got shot in 63 and Martin Luther King ended all racism in 1965.
But that's not the case.
Bob Dylan wrote Blowing in the Wind, end of story. We went to the moon. Stop talking about stuff.
And but people don't want to talk about it, and I don't want to offend anybody by talking about it or come across as being, you know, and that's why people avoid the conversation. They don't talk about it because it pisses people off.
Well, yeah. What the problem is like what I'm trying to do with RBN is go, hey guys, I'm giving you a huge opportunity because I don't think anyone else is gonna talk like this and gonna confront you. And every other white person is scared to say anything. They're just trying to live their lives. They do care about you. And look at them. They're studying your background. They probably cry over the incidences that happened to you, black people. There's white people that are sitting there and thinking about things, and they tear up about it. You know,
yeah, I'm horrified by the history of this country and what people before me have done.
Not that your tears wipe away the sins of the past, but it's the reality that these are not the people of 1960s. Now you're creating, and it's not even.
It still does exist like that in some places, though.
Oh yeah.
There are places, and I think that's the point. Is that there are places where it hasn't evolved since the 1960s.
Yeah.
Even though we have not been there and raised there, that's not our history. That's maybe not what we know, but there are places that are still like that. There are still places that haven't changed since then.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where they're at personally. Do you know any place directly that's like that? Because Texas,
down south, there are places. Yeah, well, there are places.
In Florida, for a couple of years, and
it depends on where you are.
And Memphis.
Well, I went mudding several times. I hate that culture. It's annoying, but I went there because I had a girl. She was very beautiful, gymnastics, blah blah blah. Everybody. So no, but I was really into her. And her culture was that. It was white culture, and I was Hispanic. I did all types. I don't care. My culture is Hispanic, red beans and rice. You know, and I sometimes don't understand like what the difference between our cultures sometimes, because I was raised a certain way. I think everybody has pork on Christmas. Everybody cooks a whole pig on Christmas. It's not everybody's culture to do everything. So it's the whole subject's hard, but the left has to face this subject, because if they don't.
But they're not. People aren't facing it enough. They're not having a real conversation, because a lot of people are afraid to even bring it up or even talk about it because they don't want to come across as being a racist person.
Yeah, you're a racist because you said stuff.
You can call me what you want. But the fact
and like what Vicky said here, for a fact that reparations will be means tested. Exactly. Yes. That's the problem I have with it, is that they're going to means test it.
Of course.
That's what they do with everything.
Mouse said that Dave Chappelle has the best take on reparations. I don't know what his.
Yeah, I don't know. I doubt it. I don't know. I gotta listen to it. Maybe Mouse is right. I gotta hear it.
Yeah, I don't want to play it on here because we'll get dinged for it.
Dave's a funny motherfucker, so chances are he's got a good take on it.
I think that there's probably a balance between, between what everybody kind of wants. We're gonna have to find a common ground.
You gotta be partners.
The only way we're gonna find that, though, is by talking about it. And you
gotta respect me enough. To sit down and actually have the conversation and be partners. That means you're going to show me how this is going to help my people. You don't like that? I don't like it. I think we should just be all lovey-dovey. But that's what you're gonna face if you really want this. That's what regular people are gonna react to. This is what people get confused a lot when I talk about this subject. I personally believe in reparation, but my personal beliefs are meaningless to reality. So I don't use my personal beliefs as the front. I go, this is the reality of the mindset of the people you're trying to do what with. And
so you're playing a devil's advocate role in this, is what you're saying?
Right, exactly. I'm telling you the bare facts of it. My personal opinion, communism for everybody, and let the gay people do whatever the fuck they want. As long as they don't include kids or propagandize it. That's fine. I don't want anything propagandized, by the way. So
wait, I have a song I want to play out let me play out. I'll play a song, and it's all about that. But we don't have to end right this second.
Yeah, we don't have to end yet. I don't want to wrap it up. I don't want to like just wrap up in the middle of like, we're kind of in it.
Complicated. Yeah, it's complicated. But the things that I'm saying are different. My personal beliefs don't matter. What matters is the bare knuckles reality, the material of things. And if you are around regular folk, if you deal with regular folk, this is the attitude you're gonna face. So if you really want what you want, you're gonna have to discuss it with me, or discuss it with someone like me that's not afraid. It's gonna tell you, hey, yeah, that's all good and dandy, but what are you gonna do about the reality of this? And and they don't want to face it. They I'm not talking to Apple. Apple's cool, but I'm saying a lot of them run away from the argument, and I go, why? This is what you want. You want something. This is the sacrifice, by the way, that I talk about. You have to sacrifice to come and compromise and show me actual things in these reparations that will benefit my people as well as yours. It will be no other way. The world will not just allow that to happen that way. If you want to structure
I want everybody. I want the, like, you know what I mean? I want everybody to be able to have that. And like, like I bring up I bring up the reservations and the Native Americans because that is the only like really reparations that we've had in this country. Yeah. But they aren't equal, and not everybody has them. Yeah. And there's tribes that aren't even recognized. So I'm just curious how that's gonna work, because I don't want this to be a bigger mess than it. You know what I mean? Like, I already see what the mess is, and I don't want to see people get screwed over even more. You know what I mean? I don't want them to have to submit to DNA tests to prove that they are, you know what I mean?
Come on, how else are we going to do it? We need social credit scores and cards with all our vaccinations on them.
I know that these concepts they do sound beautiful, and in my heart, I just want Black people to not have to deal with that on them.
I wish I could wave a magic wand and make people not be racist anymore, and make people like hello, realize that it's a fucking you're being racist is ignorance. Yeah. It is ignorant to me to be racist against somebody, because it doesn't make sense to me.
Why would I sit here? And I hardly think about anything but like myself, because I'm the greatest person that ever existed. But do you think I'm gonna sit here and completely think about everybody else? No, I'm a human being. I just think about my day to day. And you got to give that to people. People are not like us, studying and caring. They're fucking surviving by the skin of their teeth. You come to them with our ideology. By the way, did you know you're privileged? Oh my God, you got to save the Black people. Go and join Black Lives Matter. Dude, that isn't going to functionally work. Don't you see? Do you see how they're reacting? Are they reacting in a better way?
That's all anybody ever does is be reactive. Nobody's proactive. They're reactive.
Yeah. No, I
And
want
that's
I
why
want
it
a
takes
lot of
so long to have a discussion like this and to talk about things that are nuanced like this, because people react instead of, stopping for a moment and just, considering that somebody has a different perspective. And, I agree that
It's not
about
even a perspective. It's not
96%,
even a perspective, though.
97% of what I've seen outlined as a plan for reparations. I agree. It's that 3 or 4%. That's why I'm like, if somebody else can explain how we can do this better, like if you know what I mean. I'm not trying to put Applejack on the spot either. I'm just trying. Okay, I'm just trying to say, like, anybody that had more input.
I want to understand more about it.
More.
Like,
and they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They go, accept this premise or fuck you. And that's what they tell you all the time. And listen, you're not going to get your way unless you figure out how to smooth these people. I know that all that shit happened to you. That's terrible. And I hate it. And, but the fact of the matter is that you're going to be facing that. That's what that's the attitude you're going to be facing, because when you're in the dog world and it's about your family, you don't even care about your race, to be honest with you. Most people just want to protect their family. It really bounds down to that.
Primal stuff at play.
Right.
Ultimately, if everybody can agree to at least discuss it and understand where the other person is standing, that's you know what I mean? That stands to benefit. I want everybody to benefit. So, like, explain to me how this is going to work. That's all I'm saying.
So Josh is asking me, in what ways am I more privileged because of my skin? Because people in a lighter skin tone aren't jailed as much. We aren't shot as much. We aren't profiled in the same way. The numbers justify me saying that.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree, Josh. Yeah, it may be, but it's situational. It's not one size fits all. Yeah,
right. It's absolutely situational.
Yep, that's exactly right. You want to hammer out something, it's going to have to be individual. It's going to have to be work. It's not going to be, we imposed it by government.
Nuanced, layered fucking approach.
Yeah.
I want people to come up and like, like we have these investors like Bill Gates, and we have the BlackRock, these investment firms that own a quarter of the money in the world together collectively. And they have an AI program that is running the banks, that is running everything. Why don't we have an AI program that can figure out how to equally distribute so that everybody can come up?
The land and monetary
land reform, huh? We keep on running into land reform.
Entire reform of all of it, right? Okay, sure. We go through all of that. If everybody, if 60% of the people are on board with
it. Who gets the mansions and who gets the trailers?
That's what I'm saying. There's still
that's the thing, is that
discrepancy like a motherfucker. The AI can figure out whatever, but I think ultimately,
like, you've lived in a mansion your whole life and you're rich and you're not, you haven't done anything. So now you have to work and you have to live in a trailer and you work at McDonald's.
Now you work at fucking Chick-fil-A. I mean,
like, I don't know. Is that the answer? Like, is that how it works?
It's not the answer. It's revenge. I get it, but it's not the answer. It won't do anything for you. It's like you have to have it tied to the living, the cost of living. Everything.
I don't want to live in a mansion. I don't want to live in a big, huge house.
How about this idea?
I want to own one and then run around and naked. Because you know how many fucking badass rituals you could do in a fucking mansion?
Yeah,
you can get a party.
Rooms, a lot of candle wax, I imagine.
That's not what I want, though. Like, for me, everywhere. You know what I mean? I would like to take I would like to take somebody that has no house and put them in a mansion. Absolutely.
Speaking of pentagrams, think about this for a second. Elon Musk in the last 3 months has lost more money than it would take to give everybody like fucking, 60, 70, 80 grand, like
Yeah.
in the world, not just in the United States. Like
Yeah.
you lost that much money in like 2 months time. You could have just kicked everybody 100 G's and just been like, just believe me, I want to be your fucking guy. And everybody been like, fuck yeah, Elon for president, bitch. And it would have been on. But he's an idiot, and he just co-op situations. I mean, he's not an idiot financially. He's fucking brilliant. But he's fucking up, dude. If you can lose $400 billion in
I think you're looking at it differently.
So, but another thing is too, though, like when we look at this in a larger scale, besides just being in the United States and all the things that have happened here, if we look at it, like even if you are, even being somebody like that is like, we are dependent on so many other countries, and we're superior because we're in the United States over countries. Like in Africa, we're babies, and kids are in the mines mining stuff for us.
Cobalt,
so it's like it's so unequal. The equality is just so out of whack. I don't know how to fix this, because I don't know that just. You know what I mean? I know reparations is about more than just money. We have to remember it's not just money. The way that I think we need to have it is we need to invest in the schools that aren't doing good. That's where that money needs to go, is the schools that where they don't have the resources.
But again, George Carlin said in the 80s, they just want you smart enough to run the fucking machines for them.
Yeah,
they don't want fucking intellectuals deciding things and having movements and all of that. Unless, of course, you're France, and then you can do that because there's a monarchy that's not going away, and the U.S. isn't fucking with yet. You know what I mean? So it's like people in France, like if the fucking wind blows the wrong way, like people get upset and they're, take to the streets by thousands, and they don't show that to the United States because we would do exactly the same thing. Right? People would do that. You saw it, it's happened. It could happen again, but people just are oblivious, man. They're in their jobs. They're in their private hell, in their bubble, in their insular little bubble, only listening to the information fed to them by the stereo at work and the ride to work and the commute. And the fucking the stuff that trickles in your brain, even if you try not to listen to any of it, it still gets in there if you're part of that fucking machinery. You know what I mean? It's like they've got mind control down. Like they talked about it in the 60s, and it's like, no, it's actually a thing. It's a concerted thing. It's owned by private corporations. They tell you what to think, and that's how it fucking works. And people like me who tell you this, they call crazy conspiracy theorists.
Speaking, that's the thing, is that I don't want there to be conspiracy. I didn't invent the conspiracy because I want the conspiracy to exist or any of it, right? It's just the reality of it. That's the same. That's the same thing I'm trying to say. Like, you want this, right? You're gonna have to face the reality of regular people and how the situation that they're in and where they're going to come from. They're going to come from you like this.
Yes. Like, just like you're saying, like it's situational. You know what I mean?
Right.
As all things are, you have to treat, even though this is such a huge thing, it has to be done in that way where it's a personal thing for everyone to feel like they got a fucking, a come up, got a fucking, finally some kind of justification, some sort of tribute to all the people who fucking fell before this happened. You know what I mean? They do it for war. This is a fucking cultural fucking war. Why should this be any different? You know what I mean?
And imagine it, like all the money that we're sending over to all these other countries.
Right. It's just a slap in the face to fucking.
It's like that should be coming here in terms of being reparations for the people that are, we need to house the people that aren't housed. We need to feed the people that are hungry. We need to take care of the people that are sick. We need to give them health care. That would be a huge step in the right direction, as for people that actually have health care. But who wants health care after they've destroyed our entire fucking our belief in this healthcare system?
Goddamn communists.
Like they
Ah,
fucked
yeah.
us over like every fucking way, and people over and over and over and over again, and it's like non-fucking stop. They just keep fucking us over
Yeah, I
in
mean,
every way that they possibly can, and it's like, how do we come out of this? I don't even see an exit.
the exit is like I told you. Like it's no longer your war is not actually you've imposed law on yourself. You're living in your own self. They have you in control of yourself, and you put
So,
yourself
like,
in a
I want people to all be able to have access to healthcare, but I don't want people to have a means tested healthcare where you have to do certain things in order to get healthcare.
Yeah, that's
Or you have
ridiculous.
to, inject certain things in yourself, or you have to, like, you know what I mean? Like, I want people to have the freedom of that choice and to be able to go to a naturopath doctor if they want to, or go to a hospital if they want to, or have this kind of medicine if they want to. You know what I mean? Like, so I want people to have the actual freedom to choose those things.
Yeah.
But we have an oligarchy, and we have people controlling us, and we have people pushing all of this stuff, and people can't have a conversation, and people can't like disagree.
Yeah, and nobody can have fun either. Everybody's so fucking uptight. It should never be a point where you go, fuck you, dude. You've been hanging out with this person all this time, and they said one thing, and that changed you. You weren't a good friend anyway. It's like the old days. That was a bad friend.
There has to be some amount of fucking give and take, man. People,
Yeah,
they have the thinnest skin anymore. Like, oh, well, you don't feel the same way as me, so I'm gonna make fun of your grammatical fucking tweet error. Like,
Yeah, people like going after me because I did a typo on Twitter and shit. It's like, are you kidding me? That doesn't make me stupid. That doesn't make me fucking an idiot. That doesn't mean that I don't know anything. It's
how dare you?
Yeah, they would hit my Twitter.
And I don't claim to know. Yeah, apostrophe. And I don't claim to know everything at all. I'm asking questions, and I don't have all the answers. I just know that from what I do know, because I mean, I've been exiled from a bunch of these freaking left fucking media fucking people. I have,
it's like Lucky music.
I have been freaking kicked out of their groups because I question things, and
you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to have an opinion on anything, even if you've seen it, even if you experienced it. That's it. You're not allowed to shut up, know your place. You can't talk about this issue. You can't talk about these people. Know your place. Shut up and sit down. That's all they say. And
RBN canceled me, or at least some of them. They called me a white liberal. A white liberal.
Really?
Me.
Oh, I didn't know that because I'm trying to
because I haven't really publicly come out and said that at all. But there's people behind the scenes that know. Yeah, I got soft blocked by some of them over there, and they called me a white liberal. I'm like, I'm not. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not.
You're not a white liberal. No, you're actually. I wouldn't give you just a
fucking.
I wouldn't label you. Because you kind of look at evidence and you move on that. So I don't know.
And when I get more evidence, if I got evidence that there was some way that we could give reparations to a class of people, a certain amount of people that wouldn't fucking oppress them more and oppress people more, then I would be absolutely 100% behind it.
Right. Of course. Why wouldn't you?
I would, my opinion will evolve to that. Yeah. But right now, I'm just saying I'm resistant of it because I'm like, I don't want people excluded because we know that they are going to means test it, or you're going to have to submit DNA, or you're going to have some kind of proof or some lineage or something.
Did you guys see that they released a 10-point reparations in some country in Africa? The 10-point or some group that I think comes from Africa released this, and they're connected to the UN. I can't remember the name, But
United Nations is a fucking, that shit's fucking not good either.
yeah,
they're fucking, they're sex trafficking fucking kids. Like,
dude,
Allegedly.
yeah. I mean, that's absolutely
no,
true.
that's come out. Like that's been proven that they've done that. Like,
Sorry, UN. I tried to have your back there, bro.
If
so,
you
so
want-
I have a really hard time with like all of this. It's like I don't
Because you're
want,
not a partner. Because you're not a partner. They want you to be an ally. You need to be a partner. They need to sit down and hammer it out.
be a fucking ally, and I'm excluded.
Yeah, because they don't. An ally only is there to serve what they're ordered to do. That's in a military structure. We're not in a military structure. You have to come to me and show me how it's going to benefit my people, how it's going to benefit me, not just you. Because when you go to regular people and you demand the sacrifice that you're talking about, you better come to them with something serious. They have families, and at the end of the day, they don't care about race or nothing. They're gonna fight you, and it's gonna cause.
They want to protect their families. Yeah,
Right.
everybody does, and everybody has the right to stand up for their
reasonable.
families.
That's
right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But,
So
but,
Take
you,
both
but you can't
positions.
expect somebody to sacrifice their family. You know what I mean? Like
off of nothing, no discussion, no hammering out of any solid material. This is what we're going to do. Like I was talking about, they have a 10-point plan. One of the points in the plan is re-education to decolonize the mind. Do you know what that is? We're going to brainwash you.
Education camps, like that's
Yeah.
not going to work. We
That's
can't.
concentration camp. That's what
I know, but I mean, but like when it comes down to it, think about what I said too. Is that we are not born racist. We're not born that way. If you put
Oh, no.
babies of different backgrounds and different ethnicities together, they're not just gonna like be like, oh, we're all gonna gang up and attack this baby because of their skin. Like, no, babies are naturally curious. They want to see each other and touch each other. You know what I mean? Like, they're not inherently, you're not born that way. It is
Yeah.
taught. It is a taught behavior. It's a learned behavior. So it can be unlearned. And I understand why they're saying let's educate people. I mean, I just don't know how that's going to work where it's not going to cause more division.
It's going to cause
Because
division.
even talking about it is causing division.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to cause, dude. You want the end of the? You want a race war? Give one race more money than the other when all of them are suffering. You got to think of the actual material thing, not what you want. I want the beautiful things for everybody. Why wouldn't I? It would be great, if that whole thing. I'm separated from certain people. I can't communicate. I can't talk to them because they just don't want to communicate. They don't want to talk to me. And I want to be enriched by who they are and where they come from and what they've done, But the thing is, they do not, because I tell you the truth, their ideology, at the end of the day, it has racism in it. Every RBN tweet is white. They know programming. They are propagandists, all right?
They've been called out for that by people, and I won't call anybody out that has, but I've seen people, and I know people who have, and they have excluded more people because of
I've
calling them
absolutely
out for
called
that.
them out on a
Well,
couple different tweets.
And it's hard. It's hurtful.
It's just not cool.
It's like
man.
we're
Like,
trying
don't lump me in with how you feel about. You're gonna say you feel this way about all the people of this color. Are you serious? You're gonna just generalize everybody in this fucking
There's people
race?
that
Get the fuck
have.
out of here.
Okay, so there's people part of that network that have partners that are there. There's interracial couples in that network.
Yes, I know, and it makes me laugh because it tells me one thing.
So I don't understand.
No, you do understand. No, you do understand. You do understand. You know why? Because you know what's up about that.
No, I do.
It's some kind of weird.
He's talking some mess. He's talking some mess that he's doing, and he knows it's not accurate. He knows it's not right, but he's doing it.
Sabby, her husband is a white man.
I know, and she's annoying as shit. Guys, shut up.
Well, that's besides
We've had
the
her
point.
on the show before.
Yeah, we've had Sabby on, but she's completely she
She's
soft
completely
she
charming and
soft
she wants
blocked
to be.
me and made it where, you know, like just out of the blue, didn't have a conversation with me and just was like, yeah, no, and called me like a white liberal. And I'm not exactly sure how she came to that conclusion.
I think she's
I've never
absolutely-
had any harsh words with
Yeah.
her.
She's been totally charming every time I've
I
heard
think
her.
it's because you know that you're a human being and you know that you deserve rights and you're gonna stand up for that. And that's what they don't want.
I don't
But we would do
understand.
the same for anyone. That's the
Right.
Yeah,
But
if
it
I
just
see
happens. It happens to be you.
if I
It's
see
just-
anybody being harmed or attacked, I don't care what their nationality is. I'm going to stand up for them. I always have.
Yeah.
Like my daughter, when she was in school, you know what she did? There was I used to get calls from the principal, not because she got in trouble, but because she was standing up to her entire fucking class because kids were saying inappropriate shit. And she would just be like, no, that's not fucking right. Or
Yeah.
she didn't say fucking, but you know, there was a little boy that got picked on in her class and everybody like picked on this one kid, and this kid was weird. Okay, he's a weird kid. Like he just had a weird personality and he had some you know, weird traits. And she stood up and like, because everyone was like, oh, don't sit in his chair, blah 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 blah, like just like, you know, picking on this kid. And she got up in front of her entire class, went and sat in that kid's chair and said, see, it's just a chair. That's who I am. That is the example of who I am as a person, reflected in my child and how I've raised her to be, is that you stand up for what's right and you don't like do that. So like when somebody's acting as though I'm doing the absolute opposite of that, it's hurtful to me.
Yeah.
It's harmful to me.
Yeah.
I'm like what the fuck? Like that's not who I am.
Right.
And I don't like being classified as being a person that isn't that way.
I think that comes from a sense of, since you understand that you're a human being and you deserve rights and you're going to express that, I think it comes from a sense of like honor, that you do demand a little bit of honor that you deserve as a human being. And because you have that, you're out of date. These people don't have that. Nothing tells them it's wrong. The numbers tell them what's right. The agenda tells them what's right.
I just want everybody
it's not a moral compass. It's an agenda. A lot of times, it just seems
Right.
like more so.
It just hurts. It hurts my heart.
The thing
Like
that hurts my heart is
you know what?
when somebody just does just to do the opposite of what you expect them to say, and then they come out with something, and you're just like, how could you even fucking just have that thought and think it's totally cool and appropriate to put on Twitter? Like, you know what I mean? I absolutely said this to fucking Rome. I'm like, dude, what the fuck, dude? You know, like, really? Like, I applaud what you do
he's
for
been
your
on
fucking
my
people.
show.
I applaud you for what you do, and
it's amazing what he
and
does.
to keep it real, I absolutely do. But at the same time, you come out with this like white bashing bullshit that you have this like all these sycophantic fucking white people that watch your show and are like, you got those guys can't do no wrong. He didn't mean it like that. If you feel guilty, that's because you oughta. Like stupid shit like that. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, man? If anybody replaced the word white with black or Puerto Rican or fucking whatever, you'd be just as fucking irate about it as I am reading it. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
you did not.
It's hurtful and divisive. It's doing the same thing that people have done to other races for so long that we're trying to fight against.
Of unity.
Exactly.
The opposite of a comrade in a revolutionary situation.
Yeah.
And then to be just completely excluded from it and cast aside. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute here. Like
they're not coming from a sense of ideology. They don't care about Marxism. They definitely don't study it. And you know, I'm gonna tell you, Rome, I get a vibe of that might, you know, not everything's everything. You know what I'm saying? I
don't know. I mean,
I don't presume to know. I just see like, you know, people fucking responding to what he does, and he helps people out, and I see that, You know,
Yeah,
his actions speak louder than his dumbass words sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I question people who do charities because I worked with charities. I knew charity lawyers. 100% of charities are scams.
I would not say 100%.
Not 100% are
Definitely
scams.
Obviously not
And the
100%.
work
But
that
you
Rome does is amazing.
Keith,
you know,
Keith
like
McHenry? You know who he is?
I mean, I'm not going to take it away from the brother. All right. I want to say this real quick. I'm not going to take away. If a man does good, and mutual aid is one of the best things ever to do, I would never take away from Rome. He deserves whatever honor that
inspired Applejack to do the same thing within his own community, and it's amazing.
Yeah, that's fucking
what he's been able to do, and the sacrifices that he's made, and that what he's doing. You know what I mean? So like he's setting a good example. It's just not all around a good example, and
you can't be 100% right.
It's a terrible message. You saw the video he made, "Death to America." I feel like I wish he's in an echo chamber, and people like me can't talk to him. So he's radicalized himself in a way where they're all decent people to me.
Yes,
all of them are decent people to me. I like them personally. I always tell JB he's sexy every time I go on there. I tell him he's sexy every time, and I mean it, JB. You're a sexy motherfucker.
Like all of those guys, even like Sabby, it was just uncalled for. Like
it's just hurtful. It really
that position. I thought like, and to be fair, let's be fucking completely honest about it.
Yeah,
the topics and the things that get talked about verbatim on a few of those shows are just circular nonsense about the squad and this one and Republicans are so bad. Oh, how bad are they? And fucking Democrats are so bad. Oh, how bad are they? And and we have to vote harder and third party and and never ever changes. Everybody who talks about politics and the things that are happening are reliant on that being the system. They don't want revolution. I don't give a fuck who the fuck is screaming it. They don't want it. If they keep saying that you can vote your way out of it and use the existing systems, they're full of shit. They don't want a revolution. They're just talking in circles.
Vicky, I can't. She soft blocked me and stopped following me, so I can't even DM her. We were actually planning on doing a show together. We were planning it for months, and she soft blocked me, so I couldn't even contact her back. She doesn't want to talk to me. She canceled me. And it was after there was some stuff about March for Medicare for All, and talking about how the state by state it doesn't that is a neoliberal device, and they're using that to divide the people state by state. Well, and that would be like reparations state by state. Like, say California got health care, what would happen? Everyone would go to California.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't be able to handle it.
It's the way that they keep it from happening.
The state by state
ballot initiatives are garbage. That's not
ballot initiatives. Not everybody has ballot initiatives. Not every state does.
So because we spoke out on Sabby's kind of mistweet that she said that looked like Massachusetts had won their battle. They
didn't get health care.
They didn't get health care. They didn't get anything even close to it. Only some of the counties fucking were on board, and it was just to get it could get on the ballot of the next vote. It was
a vote as to see if whether people wanted to pursue it. But the way that it was framed, even JB thought that it was that they had gotten health care in Massachusetts.
Right.
Even he took it that way.
A bunch of people did on that thread that saw Sabby's thread. So correcting it meant that we were some kind of subversive assholes undermining her whole thing. And if we just watched all of her streams, you would understand what she said. And
because she said it on Twitter. But even her own co-host JB thought that it meant that that Massachusetts had gotten Medicare for all.
Yeah, and it was just
And so
a bit
we-
of confusion.
So it was clarified. It was
Doesn't-
clarified, and we got, taken out of that. We covered that issue on a show. With Vegan Succubus and Savage Joy came on and Ricky Rants, and we covered what actually happened with that ballot initiative. And it wasn't we weren't trying to shit on her.
We weren't being malicious towards Savvy.
No,
anyway,
we just it wasn't what happened. People were misunderstanding, and instead of clarifying it, she soft blocked me, and
Well, she went off on her stream too about
and
it.
she went off on her stream about it too. Yeah.
Well, it's not.
And calls me a white liberal and stuff. So
Oh, yeah, okay, well that okay. So if you were a white liberal, does that mean you can't talk?
Well, she told us to sit
She's
out.
saying that white liberals can't talk. If a white liberal comes to you and wants to talk to you,
no, she said that the white people need to sit down, is what she said.
yeah, that's what they say. Isn't that funny? That's exactly what white supremacists believe. Interesting.
Isn't it a little bit weird? I thought it was
If you
kinda
flip
fucking-
it is exactly it is.
This was my argument about the comment that I commented to Rome about, was the same exact kind of thing. Like, if you just substitute that word, it makes you look like a fucking bigoted douchebag. So,
Yeah, and that's
are you a bigoted douchebag or are you not a bigoted douchebag? Please clear it up for me.
But the thing is that I see these
And I
people
love the work, you know what I mean? And that's the thing is,
yeah.
it really bothers me is that I appreciate everything that they've done,
And mutual
and,
Yeah,
and the
exactly.
mutual aid, and what they're doing in the communities, and the information that they're getting out there to the people, and the way they're touching people. That's why it hurt me, was like, whoa, like I'm not against you just because I'm trying to clarify a point here, but
I'm a little more because it's just like going off the way that Rome is going. And then you see that cringe ass video they made, Death to Him. That was the most cringy shit. Everything slowed down and everybody stares at the camera like, okay. None of these people know communism. I guarantee you.
I haven't seen it, so I don't want to comment on it. And we're not against them. I don't want to be, you know what I mean? Even if they don't like me.
I'm against
them. Is just not the position that I want to be with anyone.
No.
Especially someone that I think is probably doing more good than they are bad. So,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's I don't want to be their adversary for stating how I feel about something. That's just
no. I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
Silly.
I don't want to be their enemy. Like my enemy is not the people trying to raise people up. My enemy is the oppressors and the ones that are fighting against all of us and pitting all of us against each other.
Yeah. Well, I think they're the group that needs to be confronted, but it's just like, do I hate this guy? Absolutely not. Do I kind of like him? I kind of like him, but the thing is that
I want solidarity, Vicky. I do. I want that.
That's really the ultimate thing, is what we want, and clarity. Like, if something is fucked up, then we have to be able to talk about it. Like that's not solidarity when people are saying white people
canceled.
this and white people that, and then just cancel us. That's not solidarity either. So like those,
it goes
things,
both ways. It's a two-way street.
That's what I mean, though. Like that's the idea, is people need to be able to talk and be like, what do you mean by that tweet? Instead of just, you're canceled. Fuck you if you don't get it. You should watch my podcast more. Like that's not being a fucking adult. That's not being like someone willing to actually have solidarity and be fucking on board for a revolution that means all of us come up. That's ultimately, that's what being a comrade is, right? It's someone that you hold close because they are the same as you, and that's the point. We're all the fucking same. So don't draw divisive lines in things. Like, it doesn't have to be that way. Like, it really doesn't. People don't need to do that, but people do that, and they have historically done that. They're going to do it forever. And I just wish it wasn't the people that I fucking care about what they're doing enough to point out that flaw
Yeah, like
in
we
their
support
ideology.
we
You got a
support
little
what they're
fucking hate
doing.
going on in there. Just thought I'd let you know. You can hate me now because we told you, but that's, you know, ultimately that. How else do you reach solidarity if you're not willing to fucking have those tough conversations?
I don't know. It makes it, the whole thing just makes me sad. It really does. It makes me depressed. It makes me sad. It makes me.
Yeah, because personalities, I like all of those guys. I mean, there's not one of them that I don't like their personality or rub me the wrong way.
JB sexy.
And JB sexy, of course.
But the thing is like, that's what I'm saying. This is, if you can't talk to me, do you think you could talk to a real right winger ever? I'm actually a leftist, dummy. Like, I'm not here to present false existence. I'm here to present you with the concrete facts you're gonna face. I want my things that you get what you need and stuff like that. But everybody approaches it like that. So there is no friction. There is no discussion, and there is no ideology because they're not teaching that. Sabby was complaining about censorship. She's 100% right. The censorship is out of this world. Yeah. But her problem with that, she said her problem was that the cop killing black people, videos were getting a lot less views than they did about 2 years or something ago, right? And I know why, because it's boring. It's boring, and she's not changing anything. There's no, it's just, and it's the same thing. They're not really doing anything ideologically. They're not setting forth any real active agenda.
We need some solutions to that. Like, what actions are what people I think are more willing to join something than start something, right? They need somebody to direct their energy somewhere. So what action what action is going to happen? What are we doing? What are we going to do about it, right? So there needs to be the problem and then the solution to it. What are we going to do? Because if people just keep hearing, like this keeps happening, I feel very small to try to change that problem, even though I know it exists. I want it to not exist, but I don't know what to do. And pushing people away that want to help you in that and then want to do something in that. Like, I don't know what to, you know what I mean? Like there's just so many things that are happening, and I can't control that people are going to click on a video if Jimmy Dore is in the title or in the thumbnail over something that is you know what I mean? That is important about a person losing their life. I can't control that, but if you keep producing just the things that are gonna get the clicks, then you know what I mean? Like we have to change the way that people like we have to make the other things as important. You know what I mean? Like otherwise it's just gonna, you know what I mean? We're repeating the same cycles. You know what I mean? Like we need to break the cycles. We need to get the people to stop repeating the cycles. We need to, you know what I mean? Like we need to have the solidarity, like Vicky is saying. Like, we need to have that. I think the thing is that we have so many huge issues that things that have just been kind of puts the wayside, and like the fact that our minimum wage federally is still $7.25 an hour, and people are like, oh, we're fighting for 15. 15 is long past.
Yeah, don't. That's a hustle now. It's a hustle.
You know what I mean? That's nothing. That's not enough for somebody to live off of. $15 isn't enough. You know what I mean? Like you can't even get a dozen eggs and a loaf of bread. You know what I mean? For that much money. So that's not even like there. I don't even know how we come to making everything like catch up. You know what I mean? Because things have been so suppressed for so long. Things haven't caught up. Like, I don't even know how we catch that up. I don't know how we do that. I don't know how we do that. I don't know. I want those things for everybody. I want reparations. I want people to have a thriving wage. I want people to
That's it. We're going to the fucking mansions. Get the pitchforks,
to not
boys.
be censored. I
Fire up
want
the
people
horses.
to not be murdered by the police because it breaks my heart. I want kids to not be shooting up schools anymore. I mean, it's fucking heartbreaking, and it's just every angle of everywhere. It's like you can't. Okay.
I stopped watching. I stopped watching the snuff film.
I don't watch anymore.
Snuff films now. I'm watching snuff films because that's what I'm seeing over and over. I realized I didn't kill that guy. Knowing it happened is enough. I don't deserve the hell it is to experience that evil.
It's traumatizing, and like,
traumatizing.
But the thing is that it's still happening though to people.
And it needs to stop.
Shouldn't be happening.
It shouldn't. And I wish we'd get a hold of this. But I think,
but we can't because there's no solidarity on this. On like the on the right, they have solidarity, even though they have a little bit of infighting and stuff. They have solidarity, and we don't. We can't because people just cancel each other.
They have solidarity. They have solidarity because they can infight. Because at the end of the day, they know what's on the table. They're just arguing over the minutiae.
Yeah.
So that's why. And the left has this critique I'm bringing, with other critiques, and ignoring it means the death of it. It's already dead. This whole leftist spear is dead. It's money. They can get money. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that it is dead as an actual project of any kind of revolutionary change. It's good mutual aid. I 100% applaud that. I do it myself in my life, but it's not good to tell people those things. But you feel like you're obligated to say so that you can prove a point. But the thing is that even though you do mutual aid, I think a critique of the whole thing of constantly white. If you think white people are the problem in America, the solution that you're calling for is, I don't know, them to be powerless. And then if they speak up in any manner, asking for tangibles, saying what is reparations and how we can do it, they're immediately cast aside. And that's the problem with the left. With the right, they would hear what the guy said, and then they would all debate. And then at the end, they go, "Oh, I lost the debate. We know what's on the table." You see what I'm saying? And that's why I'm trying to do what I'm trying to do, because they should face some of it. I'm the left. I'm just showing you the reality of the world, not my personal thing. You want to know my personal thing? They wiped it out. Okay, they wiped out my personal because I was more than Antifa. Okay, I thought they were wussies. And because they all looked weird to me. But it's just
it's hard. There's so much.
It really is hard. And it used to be hurtful, but I don't feel that no more, because my obligation at the end of the day, the reason that I support Black people and reparations personally, right? I realize that it's not just because they're Black. It's not just because they this or that. It's because they suffered. It's wrong, and justice must be come. And that's
people deserve more than just money, though. They deserve more than money. Money is not going to
do anything. Land.
It will do something. It will give them. You know what I mean? It will bring them up. You know what I mean? It will make their life easier. But unless you know what I mean,
will they buy more products? Will they spend? Will poor people that don't know how to run money, will they spend it properly? You see, this is the thing is that they don't want to.
I
Exactly.
think that they need to have the opportunity of education if they want it. You know what I mean? Like people need to be given options and choices, and you know what I
They
mean?
don't want it, they should be able to deny it, and that I think that should be true. Because you get into a situation where the education system doesn't really exist. It's just like some radicalizing propaganda machine.
It is.
And
It is a lot of it. A lot of our education system is just all propaganda. So
yeah,
it's like really hard. It's like, I don't, that's why it's like, this is so much bigger of an issue that we don't have that. We're not going to solve it right now.
hell
So
no.
let's wrap up the stream.
Yeah.
Steve, do you want to sing us out? Hang on.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
go anywhere, Jason.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Can you sing us something of solidarity, Steve? Something
Solidarity. I was going to sing a song about the angst of living in America.
that. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
I was playing it the whole time. The candidates came on TV and called each other names. A fight broke out between some fans at a baseball game. One man built a mansion and another built a shack. A guardsman put a bullet in a college student's back. Whoa, it's not a melting pot. We're living in a pressure cooker. Temperature is hot. And everybody wants something the other person's got. Whoa, it's not a melting pot. No. Woo. Well, they protest over everything from fetuses to whales. And honest folks who like to choke are taken off to jails. Together we just bicker, but divided we would fall. A nation under nothing, we're united not at all. Oh, it's not a melting pot. Living in a pressure cooker, temperature is hot. Everybody wants something the other person's got. No, it's not a melting pot. Well, the lines were drawn in politics up there on the hill. Living just like royalty, and guess who pays the bill? A crowd of angry demonstrators on the White House lawn. Everybody's different and we'll never get along. Whoa, it's not a melting pot. We're living in a pressure cooker, 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 living in a pressure cooker.
Yeah, that was good. That actually really made sense. Right? It made sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm radical, y'all. So, but that's all I can say. I'm telling the truth, and it's coming from a place of my heart. But it's just that I think we all know that the left has to change, and reevaluate.
Everything has to change. Absolutely.
We need actual solidarity on the left, and that's what I advocate for. All right, I'm going to end this, but hang on. All right, everybody. Sorry, it got a little heated, and I hope that everybody.
Hope everybody can still
work it out by communicating. That's what we hope.
It's just called communication. We can do it.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. I'm actually trying to show you how you can work this problem out. I'm showing you the problem.
I
And
think
you got
everybody needs to be able to be open to just talking about things that maybe fucking suck to talk about. You know, like let's just talk. I don't think not talking is the answer. So
Yeah, no, we have to talk about it. We have to find out where that line of where the line is, like where the, you know, where is our hard line, where that
where
is
do you-
offensive. We have, like my friend taught me, you have to walk up to the line of offense, or you don't, you know, like to see where that is. Where is everybody's,
see where the ball lies, you know?
you know?
Yeah.
Oh,
Fair ball.
good night, gamer. You're here just as we're. All right, everybody. Good night.
Good night, everybody.